Go to broad daylight, feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and I Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy, dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. It's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Clean headshots from Messi.
A new day dawns, and so does a new stage of the ESL Pro League Season 22 South American Qualifiers. It's time for Stage 2. Boggs and Pineapple Phillips with you on the mic for today. And Nate, we have ourselves an absolutely spectacular matchup to kick off our two-game set.
Yeah, this is the matchup that I was looking forward to the most when I got to see the bracket when it was finally announced last night following Audic's victory in Stage 1. It is Audic versus 9Z, Audic being one of the heavy hitters, one of the favorites coming into this qualifier, and 9Z being one of our favorite teams just given our history covering South America. So this is bound to be a barn burner and an exciting one to start things off in Stage 2.
A 9Z roster, too, that has really fallen off as of late, and I think we had a lot of expectations for this team going back a couple of years now. They always seem to be good, but never quite good enough to establish themselves long-term in international competition, and when they would return to their home region after a stint overseas, they would struggle, make a roster move here, and then have to begin the whole process all over again, except now they find themselves at a stage where they can't really get all the way up into that international competition, but getting back there begins with qualifiers like this.
Yes, it does. A step back into Pro League would be a very big shot for them. I believe their really big standout performance was at Pro League, where they got far further than expected. That was quite a while ago now. I kind of like it to the surprise performance of M80 more recently. That was the kind of the comparison I was making with 9Z. Granted, 9Z was before M80. So 9Z, a team that I still have high hopes for, a team that I still love to root for, but Audic, again, the favorite in terms of ranking both VRS and HLTV-wise, a team that is a very solid roster of players that have been around the block. It is going to be a hard-fought victory no matter which way this game goes.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be easy for either side. It's going to be a tough one, and it'll be interesting to see what Tornay and company have for 9Z here, who didn't have the longest of games. Meanwhile, Audic had a really long 3-map set last night, so they might be a little bit more tired, a little bit more worn down, having that 2-1 win, long win over XW7M. Bounty Hunters falling 2-0 to 9Z recently. Another thing to consider as well looking at this is their match on the 13th, Audic versus 9Z. 2-0 victory for 9Z. And yes, it was not easy on Ancient, 22-20, but 13-9 on Nuke, not too bad at all. And why don't we segue that into the veto here?
Yeah, let's go for it. We have our veto, of course. We wouldn't send to it otherwise. 9Z, being the lower seed, are the team that have to ban first. Audic electing to ban second. Of course, that's how it always goes. First ban is Anubis from 9Z. Does make sense. It's their permanent ban. Second ban is Mirage from Audic. Also makes sense. It is their permanent ban. 9Z, the first pick, is going to be Nuke. And the second from Audic is going to be Ancient. Two very interesting maps. Nuke makes sense. Both teams do play it, but 9Z have the far and away better record on it. And of course, as you mentioned, 9Z did win it 13-9 just a couple days ago at Thunder Pick World Championships.
Yeah, it's 4 days of separating these two matches, and it is the same exact first two maps, Nuke and Ancient. 9Z, of course, picking Nuke. Audic, of course, picking Ancient. I think a triple OT loss, you're thinking, hey, we could have had him here, there. We clean up a couple of things. We go back, look at the demo, and hope we can take this to the third map, which will end up being Inferno, which I believe you summed it up so succinctly, Nate. It's a map that's just bad enough that nobody wants to play it, but not bad enough that everyone will ban it.
Yeah, it is kind of where we're at in terms of Inferno, because if you aren't really prepared for Train, you don't want to play it. Dust 2 is a map where if you're not necessarily confident in the opping, or the opping might be contentious, you might want to avoid it. But Inferno is a map where everybody should know what they're doing. It's very much like Mirage in that respect, where it's been in the pool long enough. The lineups aren't that hard to pull off. It's not very complicated like it is on Train. And it's a map that is slow. You can save on, you can play conservatively, you can play aggressively, and it's a stock standard Counter-Strike map of Counter-Strike maps. It's just unfortunate that it often devolves into that save game.
Yeah, that's kind of been a problem too with a lot of maps as of late. Inferno, of course, is the greatest detractor of that. So you get all these save simulator maps on Inferno. It's, oh, Inferno, we're going to see a CT side save. We're even going to see the T side saving half the time. And we'll see how the economy change coming into the next update, which we're still on the old update. If Anubis being in the map pool didn't kind of clue you all in already, we are still in the old update. The qualifiers for ESL Pro League globally did start on the old patch. So we're going to stay on the old patch for the entire qualification process. Everyone gets the same shot regardless of region. 2, I think they want to save that new map pool for Cologne coming up here in a little bit as well. It's already been announced. It will be on the new patch. New economy changes and everything. MP9 change, which also will make Inferno a little bit more interesting too. The MP9 so strong on the CT side. But going back to what we have here in store, Dust 2 was the decider in that Thunderpick series. Didn't get there, but this time they go to Inferno. So it's not the exact same Veto, and which map is played first is actually swapped here, as it was in Thunderpick. But for 9Z, I think you kind of have to expect this kind of Veto coming through as well. Audic definitely had to expect it. You know 9Z is going to go back to Nuke, and if you're 9Z, you probably are going to assume that Audic are going to go back to Ancient. So what is your adjustment from both sides? There's going to be some chess plays going on here. Who's going to be thinking enough moves ahead to take advantage of the opposition? That's really what this is going to come down to, a great tactical battle. So it's shaping this one up to be a very, very fun first 2 maps. And if we do get to a third, we get to see something new between these 2 teams. I wouldn't be surprised if it does go the full distance here in the first opening stage of Stage 2. It is a double elimination bracket as well. But I'm really excited for this one. It's a great matchup. 2 solid teams, 1 team that's looking to really crack in consistently to the top echelon, 1 team that's looking to return to the top, and of course the VRS points at play as well. This is a VRS enabled tournament, so you are going to be gaining VRS points from wins here, and that is a very important thing for everyone looking toward the Budapest Major. And another interesting note too, Nate, the winner of this plays the winner of Red Canids and Imperial, so it's a pretty tough side of the bracket here.
Yeah, but we talked about it yesterday. No matter what side of the bracket you're on, you're going to have a tough time because we're at the point where there's only 8 teams left, where it's going to be the top of the top, the creme de la creme in South America going head-to-head. I also wanted to note in their last head-to-head when they played Ancient and Nuke in reverse order, that was a situation where 9Z got to ban second. So given the choice between Inferno and Dust 2, 9Z preferred Dust 2. So we'll see if that reverse in ban order comes to affect things, although it probably shouldn't for these first 2 maps. And again, it's not going to get easier. It's from here on out, even if it is a double elimination bracket, even if this matchup technically won't be for your tournament viability, it is still going to be hard fought here, hard fought in the lower bracket, henceforth.
Yeah, you make a good point, because I said the winner gets to play the winner of Red Canids versus Imperial, but the converse is also true. The loser has to play the loser of that, which is not going to be easy in lower bracket round 1. Something else to note as well, our second game will be the loser of Legacy, Selva, and 2-Game Shark. So that's what we'll have following this one, just a little look towards the future. But another thing too for Imperial, they looked shaky against Elevate last night, Nate. We saw that one end in single OT on the map of Nuke, which we see here on the screen. That was a very, very tight affair, which started off with Imperial blowing out Elevate on their own map pick. Then Elevate kicked it up a couple of notches, and Imperial just never really got the ball rolling again. And even though they won, there were many opportunities for Elevate to seal away that third map and to knock Imperial out of this tournament before even making it to Stage 2, which would have been a major blow to a team which qualified for the last major.
Yeah, it would have been a major blow against a team like Imperial, who were the number 3 seed coming into this closed qualifier. That game was far closer than it should have been for Imperial. It is very worrying signs going forward now that they're playing against opponents that are technically on paper even more fearsome than Elevate. As you mentioned, it's Red Canids that they're going up against too, are far more highly ranked, again, on paper. And there's a lot more star power on that roster as well than the likes of Elevate, at least for the average Counter-Strike viewer.
Yeah, I mean, you got Drop and Kawez, Venom Zera on that roster. And then, of course, there's a 2-time major winner that kind of hides away theirs, too. So, it's not like Red Canids are going to be some easy prey, unlike an Elevate team, which is trying to be on the come-up. But it's a pretty solid top 8 here in South America. And we saw some weaknesses maybe with a couple of teams in North America. I think the South American bracket is significantly stronger up and down the line compared to its North American counterpart.
Yeah, it's got a lot more depth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's teams at the top. There's teams like Legacy, like Imperial, who were at the last major, who had decent performances, who were top 50. That includes Audic as well. And there's still teams that are kind of sprinkled in there that have fallen a little bit. There's not that big gap between the top and the bottom like we see in North America. We still have teams like 9Z, who, as we talked about earlier, have dropped a little bit, but they're still in that middle spot. They still can go toe-to-toe with some of their bigger dogs if they have a good day. And so it leads to this far deeper, far more chaotic bracket where, truthfully, anybody can beat anybody because of how relatively close these teams are and how even the spread is from top to bottom.
Yeah, it's going to make a great bracket. It's going to make some great Counter-Strike that we're all going to get to witness here. And I'm excited to see what we have. Players are, of course, being players and taking their sweet time getting everything ready. That's why we can't have nice things. We can never start on time. So thank you all for bearing with us through this time period of waiting and listening to Nate and I ramble on about map pools, other teams, and, of course, 9Z. I mean, this is a 9Z. You hinted at their Pro League performance. I believe that was a semifinal. They've made semifinals and quarterfinals at Dallas multiple times as well. This is a team that has had some pretty high highs, but also experienced some very low lows. And well, they're kind of in that midway portion right now. Maybe rumors of a couple of roster changes too, sprinkled in here and there, which they have not made. And I think a lot of that is also hinging on their performance here in this qualifier. Do they need to make another change, or can they finally find the missing pieces to that puzzle and make everything fit together with their current 5?
Yeah, it's a crossroads for them. They either qualify and they get to kind of let this roster continue to ride out, hopefully finally find its true form, or they come up short and then they have some time to make those adjustments as we ramp up going into this next major cycle. So it's a bit of a crossroads for them. I don't think it's the same kind of situation for a lot of these other teams, but we'll have to wait and see. And again, thank you for putting up with the delays. It's an online tournament, which already causes more issues, but then you have all the other things that are added on as of late to combat some other issues in terms of anti-cheat and stuff like that, and it could become even more complicated. So a lot of these players are trying their best to get everything set up and ready to go, but hopefully it should be only a few more minutes before things get underway.
Hopefully a few more seconds here as the players are getting everything finalized. But you mentioned that you don't think any of the other teams are really in that area, and I would have to agree with you. Maybe Imperial, if they continue to slide here, if they have a very poor performance in this qualifier, that might initiate a roster change. And given the weaknesses showcased against Elevate yesterday, that's a definite possibility, but I don't think Sharks need to make a move. They're performing quite well as they are. 2 games on the up, and oh my goodness, we have game, folks. We're in, we're live, the timer is counting down, and Audic will start on that CT side. No kit for them. Tourne with the smoke and dual Beretta combo. Woody could pick up a flashbang, but does not elect to. Instead, on the other side, he got a raid boss for Lucan. Nade, Molotov, and flash and smoke, so a pop potential here. Maybe even event drop. They're just going to blow open the door and hold on to the rest. Molotov for Top Hut, flash in for Max. Of course, Martinez with the smoke can be used towards Mini, maybe towards Heaven, depending on how things shake out once the take comes through. But it's an 8 take, and they've already lost the first. Adam gets drive-by'd by Woody. Naite with another. Case Locks comes through with a trade onto Martinez, and he's still around Tetris too. Lucan's pistol cannot find anything yet. He's taking damage and has to fall away, as does Max with no armor, engaging with those dual Berettas over towards Trophy Room. Last two T's stuck in towards Squeaky, and they have to find a way out. Case Locks deals with the first and the second with a masterful little flick down onto the head of Lucan. Only 2 casualties for Audic, and a nice start to Nuke on their opponent's pick.
Very solid start and very solid individual performance from Case Locks early. Hopefully a sign of things to come as well. He's not the star for this team, but he's not a slouch either, so getting him activated early could really help them out in terms of individual depth on this roster, which will be much needed, might I add. 9Z on this map, they are very solid on both sides. Over 60% win rate on both the CT and T side. That means you cannot let off the gas at all if you're Audic. I'm sure they learned that a couple days ago in the last head-to-head. To make that 3 M4s, one being an A4, and 2 MP9s. Pre-nerf, of course. 9Z without that bomb plant, going for the full save. It's Glocks across the board, everybody above 2K. And the name of the game at this point would probably be try to get a bomb plant, maybe a kill or 2. But that is about all you can really hope for, and Audic are positioned well to prevent a bomb plant from coming through.
The bomb plant's going to be tough regardless of the Glocks, but they find 2 kills. Max and Wasso have found a pair, but Woody doubles down himself. Case Locks at first fence, 1 but only 1. Woody with a third. Pank up in Heaven will save the day. But the bomb goes down, and 3 kills come through from this Glock round out of 9Z. And that is something that could not happen if you're Audic. You cannot allow the Glocks to get more than 1 kill realistically. Plus the bomb plant comes through. That is a dismal round for the CTs, and their economy, you can already see, is not going to be good. Meanwhile, 9Z will have everything they want, unless maybe an op. Although, do you really want the op this early on the T side? I think the flexibility that the rifles offer is a much better prospect. They'll do the same. Full utility, full AKs. Woody's gotten an op at least, but the utility might run dry. There's only going to be 1 kill on the CT side. And Torny's going to sacrifice firepower to get the extra utility pieces up in his hands, going for an MP9, which is not necessarily a bad gun. Depends on the situation here. Fast A pressure coming through, but that flashbang will take care of Adams. Case Locks doing the job himself. Takes about half damage, but well worth the opening pick. Out comes Lucan though, smoking Mini, spots out the Tetris player, but Case Locks again. Just monstrous on this A-side defense. Nothing Wasso Pete can do to deal with 2, as Max chimes in with 1. Still the man advantage for Audic, and Martinez has found nothing peeking around through Hut. These last 2 players, no bomb and no control, are on the outside looking in, and might even be debating a save on round 3.
It's a difficult call to make so early in the game. This was a real chance for them. They did meaningful, good damage last round. They got the bomb plant to give them the edge needed to get all that utility, and yet their A play falls flat. Martinez rotating around outside back red. All this space has been given because Audic are locked in on the A site. They have that bomb, as you mentioned. They don't need to control the map. They just need to control the piece of kit that lies on the ground. 38 seconds left. Martinez gonna go for the long flank around. Journey's holding this all the way back from old vents. He'll spot the walkout. And Woody and Pank are both tucked close enough around the silo that Martinez should not spot them. Max going for the information, gets shot through the wall by Woody, finished off. It's just Martinez now up above. He tries to go for the first, but as I mentioned, Woody was tucked deep enough that he had cover from old vents. Very good setup to hold the bomb, to keep all 3 up, slowly build that CT economy, and importantly, prevent that bomb plant. 9Z are going to be back to pistols, maybe a half buy if they really want to. It's an interesting call, actually. Not sure who dropped the Galil. It looks like it was Max giving it to Adams. We'll have to see. They bought quite low, but the loss bonus can soak up some of those extra investments.
don't know why Adams is the one that's getting the Galil out of this too. He's been caught in some pretty open positions and exploited towards Squeaky on 2 of these first 3 rounds. And it's not inspiring too much confidence in the early going. Nade goes in, does a little bit of tickle to Max. Second one will do the same, but that will not getting anything done. Luke and Tech 9 in mini makes a nice, easy job of both Case Locks and Ninth Day. Tornay now to hold, but Luke is tagged. The off is here. Tornay, though, falls. Great shot from Woody, but there's still 2 more on the site to find. CT's rotating in. Bomb not yet down. Smoke goes up. And look at Max. He's still working outside. He's got the spot. Takes the shots a little bit too early on Pank. At least the information's there, but again, no plant yet. Finally, bomb goes down. And Pank's going to have to play a little bit of a weird game here, and he tries to go for utility out in the open, despite the information being gained. And they know where Woody is, too. He's taking shots at Max over towards Secret. And so Woody's going to be on the save call now, although with the bomb plants on Nuke being as damaging as they are, he's going to have to find safety in a very dangerous spot. But 9Z, the pistol half-buy works out perfectly for him. It's Lukin out in mini that gets the bulk of that job done to open the site.
The way they mob around with pistols works really well. We saw it on the Glock round where they isolated a lot of players and just simply overwhelmed. We saw it in this one where they bait and switch from top mini and from inside squeaky door to catch the player inside mini. They can play that kind of bait and switch style where they catch a player between 2 different difficult to hold angles. They can really find success. The issue is we don't see that kind of play when the rifles come to hand. 9Z, get the op in this one. Dodic are back on a very difficult economic situation. They have been winning, but it's been hard-fought victories, or in the case of the last round, a very difficult save. Case Locks on only a pistol. There's lackluster utility left in the belt already. Wasso Peak gets Ninth Day out of position, but Ninth Day is the one to win the duel. Big opening. Adams exchanges through the smoke with Punk. Both being tagged down quite low, but neither falling. Woody on the op might be the next at bat out in yard.
There's been damage, but there needs to be a kill here for 9Z to get something going. Necessity to string rounds together this early T side. Nautic are doing a good job of not overfacing, especially outer yard. They've got their pick. They can sit back and turtle. Force 9Z to make a play.
So be careful because they have no utility left. They have a flash and a nade, and that's it. Woody going back up, back AC. Good tag onto Max, but it must have been a leg shot or through some sort of wall because he's at 4 HP and still standing. 30 seconds left, though. 9Z have all grouped up out in the yard. And they have no clear direction on where they want to go. They're so reliant on finding a pick, but nothing's presenting itself. I think it's going to be a save call for all 4 of these players. Also, Peak will be able to buy, so they'll have another solid investment in the next round. Martinez will be left without utility. That won't be the worst thing in the world for the Opper. It's a very difficult call to make for 9Z. It's a heads-up call to make as well.
Not an easy one. Not an easy one at all. But they have to make it, and it's the wise choice. A tactical retreat from 9Z. MP9 back for Case Locks. Everybody else has the proper firepower on Audic. Of course, 9Z, Wasso having all that extra cash. We'll be able to buy up when we lose that one player. Good utility damage, though, onto 9Z from Audic. And this outer yard play, not primed to yield too much positivity for this T side. No smokes down for the cross yet. Off is getting ready to post up. Can even go up top and look over those smokes. Nade's prepped. Nade goes in. They know where one is. Martinez
Martinez awfully. Yeah, they do. Martinez is being awfully aggressive up top of red. Smoke across does work. Now a second deeper smoke thrown, perhaps to feign control towards garage. In fact, 9Z aren't going for garage control. They're just going down secret. All 5 here. Just under a minute left. Naite and Pank have both read this. They're both towards double doors. They're both looking for this headshot angle. Lucan boosted up. Doesn't get the shot, but does get the information. A flash goes in there ahead of it. Doesn't matter. Pank and Naite combine for 2. Wasso Peak comes out. Decon gets 1. Immediately traded by Naite, who's having a tremendous showing down below on the lower site. 2 versus 4. Adams and Martinez both tagged about half HP. Naite spots the head, can't get the kill, but with 25 seconds left and Martinez shotgun opping and vents, this is still a hard-fought round for them to try and claw back. 15 seconds, they have to get a move on. The bomb's down on site, they need to get there and they need to plant it. Audic have rotated in, it's not going to be easy. Woody catches his rival looking. Adams might get 2 here. 1 found, MP9 is the second. But no, the MP9 wins the duel, recovers the op, and Audic continue their winning ways. Again, not clean, but they still continue to win nonetheless.
And they're forcing a timeout out of 9Z too. The loss bonus is enough to where they can fathom a bye, but it's not going to be strong without that bomb plant. So the timeout will let them figure that out and also figure out what they need to do, which I think boils down to make a faster decision in a lot of cases, because they're taking so much time just lollygagging outside that they're not actually getting anything done. And when they do go do something, the bomb drops in a bad spot and there's no time to either recover or make a change. So for 9Z, they're giving Audic so much respect and so many opportunities to shut them down that you can't even say that Audic are necessarily winning these rounds. 9Z are losing them.
And 9Z are playing a very weird style. Yeah. Like, yesterday when we saw Imperial playing this, Vinny was the masterclass to me. I won't lie. It was the lurk. We had a lurk in lobby to throw a bit of a fake. We had him to catch rotators and show some map control. And instead, we're just seeing 5 players group up, go slow, and they're getting caught out because Audic can make the reads. 9Z are trying to... Yeah, the utility was exemplary. 9Z. Mixed bag to start things off, trying to go quicker out towards A. Case Locks, though, is still here. He was a stunner at the start of the game in the pistol round, and he's still doing very well for himself. Max out in yards, looking for Naite in garage. Will he expect that close angle? I don't think so.
I'm inclined to agree. We're right.
They've shown us so many different setups that 9Z just simply can't clear or don't expect they need to clear absolutely everything, and it's to their chagrin.
I feel like that's a basic oversight, though. You gotta at least check garage.
We haven't seen Audic play garage in like 4 rounds.
This is a disastrous T-half right now. And Naite's not going to see the cross here. So they will at least get to secret safely. But Woody's over towards B with his op. He's on ramp. He can make the rotation down. A fast rotate outside from Naite. And yeah, Woody's thinking maybe, just maybe, we might have people on B. Which, look at the time for 9Z. 14 seconds. They're almost out of time. They have to make a move. Now they're going in. Woody's down. He's going to hear the noise, sees the door open. Smoke's not going to get okay. We'll guys him off. And then we'll get the bomb down here. They find Woody.
Spam.
Oh, that is luck. That is a blessing for 9Z, and it turns into a round as Huaso Peak finishes off Pank and single as well. Martinez, the last one, onto Naite. But that smoke kill onto Woody is what opens the door from 9Z. And that was a slim window of opportunity that they climbed through to victory on.
They had to fly through it. They didn't have time to climb. Just dive through and hope it works. In this case, it did. But by slim margins. You can tell money's still not great. It's not great for either team. Audic, all their victories have been hard fought. They still have been costly. So, we're going to have to make some compromises. 5-7, 2 MP9s, a Mac 10 for Max. At least a change of pace for 9Z. The Mac 10 racing forward. Getting control quickly. This time around, we do have a lurk in lobby from Lucan, so at least 9Z spreading out, going back to that more traditional default we see from the T side of Nuke.
A little bit of contact made down on Veto. Woody going to be forced away by that Molotov. Max just running distraction right now, while the rest of his team plays pretty stationary outside. They're looking for an opening pick to get something into the round. That nade's going to do some damage tonight. They soften him up, as Wassa will do his due diligence and clean out garage. Never a fun job, but, you know, it's got to get done every once in a while. See if he can get into Mini. This one cleared out. It's Max actually gets drive-by on the MAC-10. Opening things up, gets traded out, but it's 2 for 1 in favor of 9Z, and they can scale forward. Do they clear Tournay out, though, or can that 5-7 wreak some havoc? Tournay looking back and forth, to the right angle. He will not, but he's able to get there in time as Adam shoots a little prematurely and gives Tournay time to acquire a headshot. Martinez comes up with an op kill, and so Woody should be forced to save here in this 1 versus 3. It's not a likely retake, and we'll see 9Z grab a third. That timeout starting to change things for this 9Z team. They're going in with a little bit more purpose on these site takes, which is the biggest factor that's working out for them.
Yes, and again, I'm liking their confidence when they have these scrappy weapons. We saw Max just race down Secret immediately with that MAC-10. If we can see that same kind of confidence and aggression with the rifles, I think 9Z will be a force to be reckoned with. Lucan catches Woody trying to save towards T-spawn. Good kill there. These stats, 117 and 107 for Case-Locks and Nightday. Tactical timeout now compelled out of Audic. Makes sense. I believe they're on a save. Yes, they are. I would have liked to see it, as we always say, going into a rifle round, but at least they're being proactive with their timeouts. We didn't see nearly enough during stage 1 of this qualifier.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a lot of timeouts at all until the later portion of Nuke last night, our last game of the evening. And right now we're seeing both teams use timeouts at important times. So for 9Z, it's worked out for a couple of rounds in their favor. Audic think they might just want to slow down the momentum here, and it's probably the main part of that timeout. Waiting until the gun round might have been a good option. But we'll see here, as Audic will have the USPs. Perhaps a gimmick in play too from them, as they all seem to be going towards the same general area for the most part. Stack towards J-Hall. I like the idea. Go for a gamble here. There's no real downside to it. There's only potential upsides. And 9Z are very spread out, so they could fall victim to a stack if they wander into it. Tornay's just trying to bait them in. And Lucan is lucky enough that the stack is dissolved before he goes in for that fight towards Jay. Utility going in, smoke towards Mini. 9Z doing their due diligence on this outer yard take. That's a good sign. They don't want to get over aggressive against what's most likely an eco. Make sure they clean everything properly. It's exactly what they do. Not a single casualty from 9Z. Just crossing all their T's, dotting all their I's. Good stock standard round from them. That's a good boost to that T economy, which is still a little bit rough, especially on Max.
Still a little bit rough, but it's getting there. It's above 2K. No op on the side of Audic either. We give Martinez a good time to wake up a bit. He's had a quiet start to this map, granted he's on the T side. Another set of yard control. Martinez caught jumping up by his rival Opper. Woody, a big scalp to find early with a crispy shot peeking credit card. And Z continue their slow trot down towards Secret. There's only 2 players going in that direction. Also peek grabbing the op. Lucan lurking in Trophy. There's 2 players looking to clear him, and they do so cleanly. Punk finds that. It was a late, delayed, and slow lobby crunch, but it works out to get a 2-man advantage. 9Z rightly pivot into this B site take, but they still have to contend with the player ramp.
Bomb has been planted.
Bomb down in a 3 versus 5 hold. It's not going to be easy for 9Z, but they can still win this fight out. Coming in ramp. An aggressive peek from Adam, though, gives an opportunity in. And with the flank from Huaso, you have to wonder why they forced the issue so heavily. Could have waited for Huaso to come back in and help seal the round instead of being put in a 1 versus 5 in that scenario. That's a misplay there on the hold. That's a big misplay. And that costs 9Z a round and costs them at bare minimum extra kills.
Yes, it does. Audic, at least 6 rounds on the CT side, a pretty solid start. Would like a bit more, though. As I mentioned, 9Z are very solid, both CT and T side. Whereas Audic, far more suited to that C. Oh, not far more. They're at 50% on both sides, but that's still not a stellar overall stat line. Martinez has his op, none for Audic. Yet again. Martinez starts it off this time around. He will not be the first casualty. He drops case locks. The heavy hitter for Audic, taken down early without much impact.
There still are Woody and Naite, which 9Z have struggled to deal with. But the amount of damage which 9Z have received in this early going is a concern when it comes down to an Exeguer hold. I mean, Lucan's on 30 HP, Huaso peak at 47. He's been the main damage dealer for this 9Z side, the latter two actually. And a Molotov will force Woody down off the top, but he'll spray away this Squeaky, but Lucan's gonna pop out and only get 1. Where's the rest of his team? Why is he out there alone? They're segmented, they're not going out together. Now they finally do, and look what happens. A clean double entry. But there's 2 targets to fight. Makes it difficult for that CT to pick. Instead of having a flawless round, at least the potential for one, 9Z only lose 1 at least for now. I don't think Pink's going to be able to do anything. The bomb is the biggest threat to Adams right now. But 9Z just kind of making these little mistakes here and there, which they're lucky not to get punished for in this round, and at least grab a 5th going into the last round of the first half.
Yeah, Adams bails them out there with that subpar spacing on the entry. It's interesting setting all of your team out of the hut, especially as segmented as they were, but at least it wasn't a round-ending mistake. 9Z, 1 away from tying us up at even keel. All 4 survive as well, not that it really matters at this stage. Audic, how's their buy gonna look? There's probably gonna be some compromises. Yep, that's a big one. Woody, he's gonna go for the op, but he's gonna go glass cannon. He only has a flash on his belt, no armor, no kit. Everybody else does have rifles at least, but they're gonna be utility light on this Audic defense for the final round of the first half. Max again on a Mac 10. This is a choice because he has 2250 left in the bank. He could have easily got an AK, but he wants to go for the SMG instead. He wants to spearhead a play at ramp. Straight forward he goes, flashed off. Punk falls back with his AK in hand. 9Z, do they pivot directly into this ramp take, or do they slow things down with the control they've found?
Well, they're going to slow it down and watch for a flank here, which is a wise choice with Case Locks hot on their heels. Flash in, Case Locks blind, and he has no response for that from Huaso. Great read from 9Z, who are also keeping an eye on the J-Hall rotate, expecting more Audic players to try and regain the lack of space towards ramp. But look at the lack of utility for the CT side. 2 flashes, 1 smoke remain. It's going to come down to the firepower available to them, to the Woodies, to the Nightes. Somebody like Tournay or Pank has to step up if you're on the CT side. And 9Z, I think, are feeling that the B side is not the most opportune choice to take. A much better option is going in here. Max is going to spearhead. Huaso at least keeping an eye on things towards Trophy. As A will be taken. Tournay and Squeaky is the one real big question in this whole round. He's going to hear everything, the rotations are going to come up, but Huaso's still waiting. He's tucked in, not exposed to the CT player, which means Tournay is also unspotted. Timing is everything right now. But there's a player on him. Lucan got the angle. I think he spotted him. Yes, he has. I believe he saw Naite as well. He'll drop down looking for that Tetris player. Naite, can he hold the line? No. Lucan's got another. And Honk and Woody. What can they do here? The Op Glass Cannon is last round of the half. You cannot save, and Woody hits one to the floor, and he'll not hit the second shot as the aim punch will take him out. 6-6 tie game, heading into half number 2 on the other side of the break.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this, do it like this, do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
As he turns it. Nice headshot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to half number 2 of map number 1. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and we need about 15 seconds before this second half starts. That's why we're here on the fly-through screen. Don't worry, we'll be back shortly with the continuation of Nuke. But it was a hot start for Audic on this first half, and they returned to form from 9Z, at least to an extent. It wasn't the prettiest from them, it wasn't the most sophisticated, but it definitely got the ball rolling and got us back to even footing. This pistol round is important to determine who will have the momentum, and right now Audic are trying to maintain it by racing out into A. It's a mixed bag of results as it's 3 for the price of 2, at least for the time being. Wasso Peak drops down, Adams finds 1 before getting traded. Nightthea now alone in a 1v2. He's known to be towards Squeaky. Bomb is dropped. Wasso Peak and Lucan appear to be grouping up as well, at least to an extent. Lucan's in towards Hut. Wasso Peak is back of sight. Right there. Heard to reload there.
Oh,
Jump
nice
spots.
little bait.
Tetris. And that is checked, but not dutifully. Lucan's the one to win the duel. And 9Z emerge with the lead for, not the first time, but it's the first time in a while that they've had the advantage. Audic, no bomb plant means they're going to be on pistols at best. They should not be force buying into round 14.
Yeah, Audic will go for a bit of an eco here. Hank's got a deagle, so does 19. But that little jump spot, it ends up taking so much concentration away. It allows Lucan to just hide away. Lucan as well had a very good first half. And, well, that's one of the deagles making light work of Adam. Yeah, Pong takes a bunch of damage, but it doesn't really matter. He's got the opening pick. And that's damage that the CT side economies cannot really maintain. Martinez over on the AC, top of lockers, is trying to find himself a nice couple of easy kills. But right now for Audic, they can kind of just wait things out and see if the CTs over-rotate. And I like this call from them. Now they're going to start to go for something. Martinez takes the damage, doesn't do any in return. Pittance of damage. Still have to back away, but this is where Max can really farm. But I don't know if shooting that early is the best idea, and they're just going to back away again. Yeah. This whole CT side is just on pins and needles.
Not wanting to get overrun like their adversaries did in the pistol rounds of the half prior. Those deagles can still do some tremendous damage as well. Audic hoping that the MP9s get aggressive in light of the man at disadvantage. With 30 seconds left, now it's time to re-aggress. Max again at bat, spots the shadow. That's what he's trying to pre-fire there. And the MP9 gets away from him. Martinez finds the player coming out of Hut, the lurk. They'll combine for 3 over towards Hut, or a mini, excuse me, make that 4. As he finds 4 total in the round. Wasso Peak as well found 1 from Old Vent. 9Z do convert it, which was a not sloppy but scary start, does get across the line.
It gets across the line. They don't lose 3, which I guess is
No bomb plan either.
There. But Neurotic, they put 9Z in a bit of an awkward spot. They forced a little bit of angst out of this team, and they've gotten an early pick onto Adams again, who has consistently gone down early in these early halves. Martinez working around that smoke, though, trying to find a response. Has some support coming up through lower as well. Overwatch, position, case locks, can't get anything. Lucan only good for 1, though. You want to see 2 out of that player. He's been so good this half.
Martinez was spotted here by case locks.
Oh, they know. They're going to clear him out. Where's the flash, though? They're just going to try this, and it's going to work. That's a bit of a risk, though.
Only 1 flash on Punk. I don't know where Punk was, if he was clearing or not.
He was second man in.
Yeah, that right-clicking a flash isn't the best idea. Also, getting ahead of the Molotov in towards Secret. Were his steps heard? That's the question.
I think they saw him.
Smokey gets 1, tries to spray transfer, doesn't find it, but the smoke saves him. They're both here in Secret. They're going to try to go out through the smoke. Audic quickly realize they have the A site. They have a player up top. And so this is going to be a hard-fought retake. Good spam from above. Just Max now alone. He has an AK at least, but he's not going to try it. Save the kit, the armor, and the AK for the following. His team's bye, though, in round number 16 is not going to be pretty.
Quite the contrary. It's going to be rather ugly. Martinez is $100 plus first round loss. That's $1,400. So he's going to have $1,500 in the bank. 5.7 in armor. If he wants to go for that, maybe P250, get a little extra utility. We'll find what they want to go for pretty quickly, but overall, the money on 9Z is going to be incredibly rough. Only Max will have a rifle unless Lucan really wants to force him to terrorists win. Max could technically drop one, but you want to see utility come out for that CT side as well.
I say you honestly buy armor, buy pistols, and try to Congo line that AK.
Well,
so that way,
if the AK over and a scout,
they're force buying. They're not going to save. That could work out. But I like the idea of just, not a lot of utility. I like the idea of saving and trying to toss that AK around as players fall. You know, just let it fall in a safe spot, pick it up, go from there. aggression.
Play out, eh?
I do as well, but the MP9 on site is a beast to be reckoned with. Lucan's now up in heaven. It's even trades. 2 versus 2. Lucan, though, wanting to wait, wanting to bide time for his teammate to go for this flank. That Molotov heaven doesn't land. And there's the flank I mentioned. Adams does so much damage onto this AK. Finally finishes the kill. It's turn A. It's had a quiet map thus far. He's found the first, and he knows that Adams was on the flank. Adams has already swapped, shifted gears. He's walking all the way back around to go towards heaven. Will this be expected? I don't think so. In fact, it's not even close to being expected. Free kill for the MP9. Very heads-up rotation. And 9Z take away that round. It was a scary one with that investment, but it pays off in the end.
And their investment's still going to be a little bit light here into this next round. A couple MP9s coming through. At least they'll have the extra M4 for Lucan. Martinez might go for a scout as well. But look at that. Huaso Peak far and away on top of the kill count now. 5 above Naite. Lucan as well, more than Naite. So the top 2 for 9Z have more kills than the top 2 for their opposition. Max is over on 4 kills, though. And that's a bit of a problem for this 9Z side. They need a little bit more out of him. Adams and Martinez both kind of picking up the pace as well. Tornay's taken down quite low, but Acelux gets the opener onto that scout, and Adams destroyed by Naite. The stars start to show up here for Audic before Huaso Peak adds his 19th of the game and backs away. The damage to Tornay and Woody, a lot done too. Combined 32 HP for those guys, 20 on 1. You could kill him with a flashbang, a decoy. And Huaso
Shot the foot.
Yeah, that's information, but I think he's ready. Yo, that's a great read. He's just on top of it all.
Huaso Peak is indomitable right now. Max secret. Looks for it by K-Slox. Good headshot from the AK. Lucan and Huaso Peak. Can't count them out when Huaso Peak's alive, but Caster's Curse strikes instantaneously. Even just Lucan. He's had a pretty good map, but a 1v3 seems like a too big a task to ask in this round. Lucan should have the first. Yep, that was the Mac 10. Spots the second as well. But he's not going to expect this double up heaven. Surely not.
He could molly off Evan here. Naite's low. K-Sox would have to push. And Lucan does have a kit. He's got to go, though. He's running out of time. Molly, molly, molly. Where's he going to molly?
Oh, he's going for it.
He's saving?
He was going for exits.
Yeah. Wow.
He had no idea they were doubled up. He wanted to know where that second player was before he committed. At least find a one-on-one duel, and of course nothing was going to present itself because they were both sitting in heaven. So it's well done from Audic. Bring it back within 1. And again, hamstringing this CT economy. They're going to call a second tactical timeout and figure out what kind of buy they want to go for. I saw Famos get dropped on the ground. That goes to Adams. Huaso Peak, is he going to go for the MP9 Classic again? It really has worked out for him.
It's still good. It's still one of the best guns in the game in this old patch. But an over-reliance on it does not bode well for the next iteration of the game, which, again, will be played starting with Cologne, at least on ESL tournaments.
All they nerfed was the spray and the jumping accuracy. We've seen Huaso tap with it.
That's true. But I feel like they did nerf the bursting accuracy as well when it came to mid-range.
Yeah, but if he's only letting off bursts of 3, it's the first shot accuracy that counts.
That is true.
If you're someone that just buys it and jumps a site to retakes, trying to spam the bomb planter, then you might have an issue.
I feel like that was targeted.
It was. Audic can't take any round for granted. They're still down by 1. And we've seen them get close to losing rounds like these. Disgusting on the entry. K-Slox finds 2. Max gets a trade, bringing it back to even keel. But ramp has officially been taken. See, still a good shot to make this retake work. They're all walking ramp.
Yeah.
Nautic are too busy clearing out the other side of the B site instead.
There's no util for the choke point either. And Martinez is going to get a gun.
What is their plan? They've just been dilly-dallying. They've just been sitting here.
Yeah.
All
You got
three players
Torre.
now approaching ramp. Torny's posted at least. Oh, maybe he isn't. There's a good first shot. Spots the second, and I think you might have seen the third on the death cam. So the information is there, at least for Audic, but
Wait,
taking
did he
so
lose the
long.
Bomb?
Yeah, he did.
Oh my gosh. They lost the bomb in control.
And
they've
they
lost
lose Woody. 15 seconds. Night they need to just swing this and kill them both. Timing's everything. He finds the first spot to the second. This is not even duel, and Night Day is the one to win it. It's an awkward round with Audic too busy, too preoccupied in control, and yet they still find a way to make it work in the 1v2. The individual is showing up for them. Again, the top of the board is over on the side of 9Z, but the individuals on Audic are still firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, Case Locks and Night Day in particular, opening up these rounds. Or I guess in Case Lock's case, opening, Night Day's case, closing these rounds. And 9Z are about to go behind on their map pick here. 10-9, yes, still close. But these two teams played this map just 4 days ago. The Deagles not finding a mark. The USPs all gathered outside looking to find something in death ball formation, but still falling like flies are the CT defenders. Night is about to go grab a pair here and slowly walk through garage. Easy backstab 1, easy backstab 2, and 3. Martinez did get 1 out of Case Locks, but that's not even a Pyrrhic victory. That's just a statistical anomaly at that point. Doesn't even matter if you're Audic. And if you're 9Z, your hopes for this map, your pick, rest on this round, realistically speaking. Your money is shattered again. You have to win this round, or Audic can get up to 11, most likely 12 for free. And you have no armor on your op. You're glass cannon opping here. Martinez has not had the biggest impact with the AWP.
No. It's had an okay map.
Yeah, not horrible, but not
good.
Great.
Not the
Yeah.
performance you want on Nuke.
not super impactful.
No. Audic. Ooh, 90, that's smoke.
They've heard it.
He's tagged through it and he's bagged. That's a big one to find. Audic, though, have rotated around and now scared the op off of ramp.
It's still got a good angle to hold, though. And Adam's lurking around, but his timing towards lockers might just go against them. He's made noise, and he's going to go up towards heaven. Tornay might join him. But this is a snake in the grass right now. Case Lock's waiting for the peak, though. And he's been stellar. Lucan has to be the same. He's been good. Needs to be great from second vents. Max, 1 onto Woody. Out they scream. Lucan only gets 1 as Max continues to harass. But Ponk gets 2. He comes alive in the dying embers of the round and of this map to bring it to a 1 versus 1 against Martinez Glass Cannon AWP. And he's going somewhere that's not a sight. Walking into ramp. Going down momentarily. No kit for Martinez. I don't know if he's going to want to go grab the kit available on A site. But he'll figure out it's B pretty darn quickly here as the bomb is about to go down. Bomb plant in. And now he knows. To go or to save. Save is not really an option. So he has to fight, and Ponk's in the right area. Playing decontamination. It all comes down to the shot. It misses. And Ponk a hero as he pops off for 3 kills late in that round. And Audic coming up clutch to try and rip 9Z's pick out of their cold, dead hands.
Everybody on Audic has had their moments. Case Locks and Night, they're the ones that obviously come to mind. Ponk there, it was a 1v2 or a 1v3. Woody and Tierney have not had bad times either. Tierney, in the first half, I felt like he was just playing the quiet spots. Same can't be said for 9Z, as he mentioned. Max really struggling individually. Kind of just acting as a spearhead with a Mac 10, even when he could afford an AK. 9Z. Gonna half buy what they can. The MP9s are in play once more. Don't discount them. There's a deagle on Martinez. 5-7 for Lucan. It's a close stack towards the hut in hopes of catching AKs up close and personal. Woody drops the deagle early. I believe it was peeking heaven. Good kill. Onyx will continue their slow, quiet step down towards B.
Bonk again. All this space has case locks with them. And B site ripe for the picking. I don't think 9Z really have much they can do to really get the retake. And they're going to lose Wasso outside too, towards Mini. Torne lurking and Squeaky. Max will try to punish. But this round just slips further and further out of 9Z's fingers with every passing second. Every tick. So there's damage, but still not the kill on Torne. He'll be able to get the reload off too. Don't know why Adam is trying to punish him when that reload sound comes in. But he'll eventually get the kill. At this point, though, it'd save the AK. Lucan, if he can get another AK out of this, be huge. There's no real chance for 9Z in this round, and Audic are about to get triple map point on their opponent's pick here, and Lucan's going to be tested by all three. First round the corner down. Dive bombs in! He's not going to get more than one. That is not lucky.
Terrorists win.
Nope. Audic, though, they don't need luck. They've built their advantage. Now 3 map points on their opponent's pick. We were talking about how this map was picked in this head-to-head 3 days ago and how it went the way of 9Z rather handedly. But Audic have done their research. These individual performances. Nightday and Huaso Peak now neck and neck. In fact, Nightday is above in terms of damage. And then Case Lock's outdoing Lucan in the very same stats. Audic waking up in a big way, and now Martinez trying to be a hero back ready. He has an op in hand at least. Surely Audic do their diligence in clearing. Good nade on the Martinez. He's now mollied out. That sound he's heard right. Oh no. Martinez finds Nightday. Woody hit the wall bang. Woody's now low as well. That's good damage and a big performance from Martinez to hopefully give his team some sort of advantage, something to work with in this round. Because it is do or die.
Torne falls to Huaso in the interim, trying to work out through hut. Ponk's got the bomb, and he's going to find a gap outside if he wants to go secret, but if he tries the mini angle, Adams is tucked in the corner in garage, ready to shut this down, but down the B stairs they go, and into the secret tunnel. Through the mountain, they'll walk in towards lower B. Woody, though, he's exposed alone from his teammates. So he's going to have to rely on the pair of Case Locks and Pond to get anything done. Case Locks will telegraph this take with that Molotov. Doors going open to confirm. Rotations are going to come down. Lucan's a little bit far away, but the bomb yet to go down. They're clearing up their angles. And now Woody gets the backstab onto Huaso. Max drops down, takes a little bit of damage. Lucan, though, out on sight. Messy spray. Can't come up with the kill. And as the number 2 on 9Z, he needed that kill. Take a man advantage. Instead, it's up to Adams. As Max gets caught on rotation, the lurk of Woody is so damaging. Adams, what can he do? Molotov back sight. Forces these two to single door. Punk's gonna go towards Astralis. Time is running out for Adams. Sees nothing, hears no one, takes too much damage. His time is up, and Audic are gonna take this map away from 9Z. Case Locks to put the final nail on the coffin. Audic give 9Z a taste of their own medicine, 13-9, returning the favor from 4 days ago. And 9Z, they started off shaky, had a bit of a resurgence in the midway portion of that map, but Audic came up clutch when they needed to. Everybody, their depth rose up, and Audic toppled 9Z on Nuke. Map number 2 is Ancient, and that means we'll have that after the break.
is a magical moment, and not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
What a can't find the words, the ones that make you turn around and tell me it's alright. A little bit more to keep me going. Feels like my feet have left the ground. Oh, nothing can hold me down. There's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. And if I can't be with you, take my heart, you can have it. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along. Tried to disappear. You can't find me. You can't find me here. Soon the world will be far behind. I tried to get away, but you keep sending me a sign. Oh, baby, there's nothing I can do. Baby, I'm telling you the truth. You always keep me on my toes. Don't wanna keep on going. If I can't be with you, take my heart, you can have it. You knew what you were doing. Take my heart, you can have it. You knew what you were doing all along. Take my heart, you can have it. You knew what you were doing. You knew what you were doing all along.
As he turns it, nice headshot goal. He has shots from Messi.
Audic riding the ship given their last performance versus 9Z a couple days prior, reversing the outcome of Nuke, winning it 13-9 and taking their opponent's map pick. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and we are straight into that second map. Again, a map they played just a few days ago. It's Ancient, the pick of Audic. They're looking to put this series to bed in a 2-0 fashion. Good way to start. Case-Lock's finding one. Max, though, a trade onto the very same player. 4 versus 4, and Lucan has the dualies in towards Cave, so Audic need to be careful. Adams finds one. Punk in the Chaos did find a trade as well, but Lucan is still picking on these dualies, and that means that Turnay's got to do a lot on this side. 2 found in the 3rd spot, and 2 bullets left. 1 bullet left. He'll go for the reload. Wasso Peak versus Turnay. Wasso Peak is slowly increasing the distance between him and his opponent, trying to make that USP shine more than the Glock. Now it's the mind games, timings, everything. Turnay tagged further down. He doesn't have armor either, so he's very squishy indeed. One headshot would do it on the Wasso Peak, but instead Wasso Peak's the one to find the headshot in 9Z. Try to steal away the momentum that they lost in the first map by taking the pistol in the second.
Close but no cigar for Audic. They get a little overwhelmed and outdone. And Wasso Peak plays it perfectly in that 1 versus 1. Pistol out on Case-Locks and Tornay, the Deagles, and then Punk with the P250. Glocks for the other 2. Throughout the South American qualifiers today and yesterday, we've seen the Glocks do some pretty incredible things, though, Nate. So if you're 9Z, you cannot rest dormant. And they're doing anything but dormant here, as they're going to push through. MP9 in towards T-spawn. Lucan has to be careful not to get overwhelmed here, and he's going to fall back wisely. Adams coming in behind, sprays down the first contact, and he'll just back away as well, sowing chaos and uncertainty in the minds of the Audic squad. That's kind of what 9Z need to do. Take one away, fall back. Chip away at another, fall back. The pistols have to close the gap. And oh, there's a Zeus for Night Day. That would have been fun, but I don't think it's going to yield anything but death.
Nope. It's really good if you can chip away one and fall back against the pistols. 9Z doing well at that for the most part. Deagle getting one singular 1D. That's at least some damage done in the favor of Audic, but it's still only 1 kill and only an SMG drop. Martinez picks up the final kill of the round. 9Z convert the pistol round as you would expect. But Audic are now done with the early game or early half pleasantries. They are bringing out the rifles, and they're going AK heavy. They're sacrificing quite a bit of utility in favor of the rifle superiority.
Looks like they're feeling the need for speed, Nate. Somewhere fast, somewhere aggressive, somewhere to get a couple of picks and take away guns from the 9Z side. Behind the Molotov, they'll have to await the extinguishing of the flames. Now, the flashbang over, they'll attempt to gain control of middle. Martinez smoked off, but Adams has been removed. The cave spam from Woody. It's an opening kill for the T's. Now Wasso Peak is flashed. He's got utility in hand. That's going to be his undoing as well. Drops the flames, but far too little, far too late. The damage negligible. And the T side has control of the A site bomb, making its way through A main. Once that goes down, it'll just be a 40-second clock to the end of the round, as 9Z will do nothing to attempt to retake here. They'll hunker down on B and save what they have. That armor very valuable to the defensive side. And Audic, as you said, done with the early half pleasantries. Get right on the board on their map pick.
Woody started off this round. I also wanted to highlight that last round of Nuke for Woody.
Oh, yeah.
It was so good. The awkward lurk in lobby, I was like, I don't know what this opera is going to do. He found the first down below from up top blacktop, and then he just held the rotate vents, which turned out to be a perfect situation for them to have in that 3 versus 4 to pull it off. Case-Lock's trying to spam and get a kill on the exit. Max might actually challenge with this SMG. Never mind. So all 3 will save their weapons, and everyone will live for Audic. Again, if it turns out this map goes the same way as the first in terms of individual performances, it's going to be a difficult situation for 9Z. Also, Peak needs support. He had Lucan to an extent. He had Adams at moments. Martinez, though, was a little bit disappointing on the op. He had some moments, but not the performances required. Night double naded as he crossed towards top Snake. Quite low early on. Good utility from 9Z in this round.
Ponk's advanced position can definitely ruin the day of 9Z in this round, as Max is unaware. And Lucan's not exactly in the best trade position either. Continuing to close the gap. Comes in, dodges that flashbang. 3 beyond the Max, but there's the trade from Lucan, but he's 1 for 1. That's a 2 for 1 to the T's. Martinez, though, 1 in return, 3 versus 3. Huaso Peak does not see the man waiting for him to cross, and instead spots the bomb. But is he going to be ready for the backstab of Torne? That's the question. As Torne begins to activate, Huaso still looking towards his A, but Huaso goes back too little, too late. Torne to recover the bomb. Night in the cave, unknown, with 34 seconds to go. Martinez here on B, his teammate on A. It all comes down to the 9Z Opper without the big green gun. And he'll get a freebie on the Night Day, who's not ready for that angle. And Martinez spots the last man out as well. Smoke blooms. He sprays! And he gets it through the edge. 9Z isolate the Otic round victory early on in this CT half. And they're going to go straight for a tactical timeout, which is an interesting call, considering they won that round. But I guess their economy makes them think otherwise.
Yes, it does. Very interesting. Some worrying signs for me on that round from Otic. We saw Turne. He was in middle at the elbow, and he turned as if he heard the steps A main, and yet he didn't call out for his teammate who was rotating T spawn. His teammate was running knife out. Didn't even react to what should have been information called by Turne. And then, Turne did bring the round back in the end, did right the ship, but still, that was a very fundamental mistake, or at least what I perceived to be a very fundamental mistake in that round. Hopefully nothing more like that comes through for Otic. They still have a solid investment, though. AK's okay utility. That is thanks to the flawless round they had in round number 3. Otic already changing things up, slowing down when going towards top Snake. Don't want to get caught by those nades. Actually changing up the pace as well for a contact up B. Excellent flash throw from 9Z. Lucan gets 1, tags the second, and that nade only adds insult to injury. 9Z off the back of their tactical timeout look far more composed. This honestly should be a round off the back of that opening engagement alone.
Ponk, though, that's a good entry in onto Martinez. Max is still here in the cave. Will they clear him? Yes, they will not. As he'll get both Ponk and Torne as they continue to try to make their way through this choke point to recover the bomb. Max still alive for now, eventually taken out of the sky by K-Slox. And the flank is on. Huaso wins the fight, putting it all on Woody. Smoke down towards the bomb, but it's fallen forward into Jaguar, making things very difficult for Woody to recover. Adams up the B ramp as well, locking in Woody's position. Spotted, taken out. Got a little bit messy there after a good start for 9Z, but they're continuing to win these CT rounds, and that's the important thing. Their economy will be a bit of a sore spot for them, continuing to be that. But a timeout now forced out of Otic, and we'll see what they want to do on their map pick. Because right now it feels like we're seeing a reverse of what happened on Nuke, where the team that picked it looked a little bit shaky, a little bit scrappy, a little bit unprepared. Meanwhile, the team that did not pick it is looking far more composed and controlled.
Yeah, and it's important to note as well, 9Z, they wanted to start on this defensive side, but they are far worse off on the CT side. They have a 42.6% win rate. And of course, a 66.7% on the T side. So 9Z, the fact that they already have 4 is a very good sign for their prospects in this second map. But again, can't let off the gas. Audic found a way to right the ship and take over in the dying embers of Nuke. The same could very well happen on Ancient if 9Z get complacent. Martinez finally has his op in hand. Audic, though, had pistols, and we've seen players who are emboldened by only having pistols take over rounds in this series.
The op is out, and it strikes for 1. Will lightning strike twice? It will. Looks for 3, but 2 is all he'll find. Also Peak, though, still here towards main, picks up a pair of his own. With Woody, the last one standing. There he goes. And 9Z, a confident anti-eco, will get themselves a little bit more money, only losing the 1 player. And moving forward, we'll see what Audic have to offer. Using their second timeout back-to-back here. They're not messing around. They put a lot of eggs in this Ancient basket.
Like I mentioned, 9Z, very good offensively, very bad defensively. They already almost have a 50% win rate on this CT side with a lot more room to get even more. Audic are feeling the pressure early because of that. And they're going to take this time to talk out their investment. Woody is going to go for the AK smoke. So, utility not the best on case locks, Woody or Punk. Everybody else is okay. But Nightdays had a very slow start, and he was one of the stars in map 1. While Martinez and Huaso on the other side of the equation are looking very solid. The op of Martinez finally showing its true form on this map. It's a little bit quieter on Nuke. Aggression out mid for case locks. He's already down to 17, and all he got was underneath the jump up.
Also
3
another couple
kills.
good ones. Yeah.
For nothing. It's a little bit of damage on Max, who's on an SMG, and that's it. That's all they've gotten.
It's not half enough. Where's
not
the
quarter
Anubis
enough.
on Nuke? Where's Night Day? 1 and 6.
Where's everyone?
Yeah. They vanished. Ponk gets tagged. More utilities, the bomb goes down, forcing Woody out into the open. Ponk, 19 HP. It's only a matter of time before he's dead. He knows this. I mean, he's just going to try and save the AK at this point. Not even going to contest this in a 1 versus 5 that's unwinnable. 9Z, 6 up. It's almost time to start talking about what their T side can do, if they can hold out. Because if 9Z finishes this CT half, as it seems that they will, their T side is up to par. We're going to Inferno significantly sooner rather than later.
Like I said, their T side, at least statistically, is far better. So, very worried for the prospects of Audic, who are going to be on the forest buy. They have that loss bonus with the bomb plant bonus. 2 Galils, 3 AKs. Good utility this time around. Are they going to get pummeled by utility once more in mid, or will they wait a second? Looks like they'll wait. Rushing down B, though. Lukin gets the first on the Punk, who's alone. No one else is here to trade or even try to. That's bottom snake control taken by the CT side. Audic now. Just trying to find some map control elsewhere, looking to go middle, but there's 2 players ready to defend this. Max gets the info. It's actually 3 here, if I'm not mistaken, to defend this. That's only 2, never mind. Smoke is just haphazardly throwing flash in, blinds Max, but Adams is here too. Not quite the 3rd, but the information and the advantage has been gained. And 9Z making a mockery of Audic.
Or maybe not. Woody's found a gap, and Martinez, keeping an eye on that CT pressure, gets backstabbed. Bomb plant goes down. Lucan's already up the game, though, as Wasso comes through the CT side of things. They know where Nightday is, and he's fallen as well. Defuse comes through, and so a 7-1 scoreline in favor of the South American mix over the Brazilian squad. And again, Audit coming within a hair's breadth of making it possible as far as kills are concerned. They're getting 3 kills consistently, but actually putting themselves in winnable situations to take these rounds is proving far too difficult for them. They've already used 2 of their 3 timeouts as well. So they're almost out of timeouts. We're going into round 9. Audit have yet to post a second round. That one coming on round 3, isolated around 9C victories. That's a good nade, at least. Look at the map control taken. Nothing spotted B. A's completely abandoned, though. And Audit are about to take a free site. Retake's going to come on through. Molotov there to stop a bomb plant. That's going to allow for the rotation. I'm not sure how I feel about the smoke run there. It's about as well as you could expect. Also gets taken down from the back, and it's an overzealous call at best coming through from 9, as they're on a 4 versus 5 retake now instead of 5 versus 5.
Yes, they are in this counter flank from Woody to go back in. Donut's being watched for. Adams will win the fight as well. It takes a lot of damage. Still, very solid post plant from Audit. They have 2 in Temple, 2 towards A main, including 1 boosted up. Max gets the info. Good dink as well, but time is now of the essence. You need kills or at least a defuse ASAP. Good nade, but the flashes buy so much time. They need to smoke the bomb and they need to defuse now. There goes the smoke. It's going to be chaotic. Nightday spams 1. The defuse is coming through, but the knife is there and it will connect. Case-Locks slices Max Nightday. Spams away Martinez. And Audit finally get on the board, but even with the advantage, even with the solid post plant setup, it still turns into a scrappy and expensive brawl. Doesn't instill the most confidence necessarily. They were just gifted an empty site. They made the right early round read, and they were rewarded for it, but they nearly lost it in spite of that quick advantage.
Well, 9Z, they abandon the A site, go for a heavy mid push, and Audit read into it well. They take the site fast, and they do not surrender it once they get the bomb down. They do their due diligence, they get a bit of a gift from that run through by Wasso. Now we're back to more normal Counter-Strike, but as I say that, there's a gap in the smoke on ramp, and Pond capitalizes the freebie, but Max comes up big in Cave, bringing this to a level 3 versus 3 as he's traded out. Adams is here, a little bit messy on the spray, will rotate around and back towards the safety of Long Cube. Utility's running out for the T side. There's still some left for 9C, but Adams is running out of ammo. At least takes 1 more down with him. Wasso comes through. Has Martinez to support with Op or Utility as Ponk's in a 1 versus 2. He's had a good clutch moment on Nuke, but he needs to have another one here on Ancient if he wants to get his team sorely and officially back on their own map pick. Bomb goes down. Spray goes in. Ponk spots the lineup! And he's given a gift that gets Audit back into Ancient. That is huge for the Audit side. And they can breathe a collective sigh of relief. That will get them scurrying forward for more.
Such a good setup, too. Martinez was posted on that exact angle he swung. And the other angle is held by the rifle slowly inching forward. The issue is the swing came through at the precise moment the op was blocked by his teammate. The precise second. It gives Ponk the needed opportunity to get a 3rd on the board for his team. It also breaks the CT economy as well. Deagle and USPs. Lucan doesn't have anything as far as I can tell. There's a USP. Adams on an MP9. Barring something catastrophic, Audit should at least have a 4th. And that would at least redeem what has been a very disappointing half.
Yeah, 7-5 would not be terrible for Audit considering the start. They should at least get 4 here. Minimal effort. Case-Locks getting some eco frags. That ought to boost his confidence, but Ponk could become a scary character. He's been activated. Adams with the drive-by. How long will he stay alive? Good little dynamite punk, and he'll stick around for the long-range duel against the MP9. Won't win it, but it won't really matter in the end. Only a matter of time before Adams falls. And, well, he's tagged low. They know where he is. They're converging on his position. Wise decision by Knight not to abandon the bomb, though. And Adams is going to fight his way out of this. There's a world he survives with this AK.
I don't think they're going to
I
hunt
think Audic
anymore.
realize they don't have the money. They don't have the money. They lose another gun, they're going to be broke.
I do that. Gets the right read. Adams, there was a world where he gets the kill, given how successful he was, but not the case. Audic, an expensive round that, as you can tell, as you mentioned, Woody has to make a compromise on a Mac 10 to get enough utility. In fact, he couldn't even afford an AK and armor. I think he could drop one.
Will they realize that? No.
I think they realize it. I'm wondering if Woody's going for something goofy, much like Max did on the
You
other.
have to spawn.
Must be the goofy. Spam comes through. Donut player caught. The lack of a helmet comes to bite Adams. Big opener for the Mac 10. And a very solid flash. Change of pace for Audic as they look to make a 5-7 half out of this.
7-1 the score. Looking to make it 7-5. Audic 3 on the bounce. 4 kills from 4. Good molly onto Max's position. Will not be taken out. But at least that puts a little bit more pressure on the B defense. But there's 3 stacked here on B. Only 1 on A. Flash in does enable a kill from Wasso, who actually doubles up. Ponk only able to get 1 into a level 3 versus 3, and Woody is sorely low. He's going to walk out onto the A side, but he's not going to be spotted by Martinez, who's seen him go by. And that might just spell the end of Audic's success in this half, as Torne's laid on the jump. He has to face the op, and he feigns death at the hands of Martinez. Wasso Pete comes in, and 9Z will solidify their half with an 8-4 lead heading into the break.
Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Do it like this. Do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Do it like this. Straight from the underground. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Do it like this. Do it like this. Everybody know we gon' do it like this. Straight from the underground.
9Z impressed with their CT performance on map 2 as they are fighting to stay in the upper bracket of the ESL Pro League South American Qualifier Stage 2. It's a mouthful. It is Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and a brief, knock on wood, brief tech pause to start off this second half. Audic, a very slow start. In fact, they were trailing 1-7. They brought it back to 4-7 and made it potentially look like a 5-7 if it wasn't for the heroics of Martinez Azop. Very streaky half. And Wasso Peak once again atop the scoreboard, rivaled only by Ponk on the other side. It's been a disappointing performance across the board for the likes of Audic.
Yeah, Case Locks and Nite combining for 12 kills when those guys were the catalysts for the Audic side on their opponent's pick. And for 9Z, a pistol round here. The second round gets them to 10, puts them 3 away from a swift victory to take us to a third. And it's not single elimination right now, it is double elimination. But for 9Z, a win here would be big for the VRS points. It's a win over a much higher ranked opponent. And a confidence booster again, it would be their second win in a row over Audic. And for Audic, they need that revenge to really solidify their position as a top team in the region. As we get back in here, Dooley's out for Case Locks. Not the USP we saw him so proficient with on Nuke. Definitely a positional call with that. And 9Z. Glocks. Glocks, Nate.
Don't need more than that.
No, you don't.
2 sets of utility for the T side as well. 1 set for the CTs.
Ooh.
And that is a headshot to start things off for Woody. Catches Lucan pushing middle. Dooley's might be challenged next in the Jaguar. And there's the clock. You don't need more than that. Martinez catches Case Locks, gets the upgrade, and Night Day up close is going to struggle with his USP. He's not even going to fire a bullet. Ponk, outside long cube, trying to find something. He's smoked off on the short side, and Woody's flank has already been sussed out. Breaking into the site's going to be a hard task for the USPs. Woody fails on his flank turn. He does get 1 onto Adams. Still 3 more defenders on the site to deal with, or attackers turned defenders, I should say. Martinez finds 1. It's just Ponk. He's been to the star for his team in this map, but he has to find 3, and this seems like too much of an ask. Martinez shouldn't even let him survive. Is he out of ammo? I think he's completely out of ammo. Either way, he falls, trying to tuck tail and run. 9Z already had a solid lead from the first half with the pistol round and presumably the conversion. This map might be over in very short order.
Might be indeed. I mean, it's clock's ticking right now for Audic on their map pick. Just USPs here. They got dismantled by the Austrian pistols on the other side. Full stack down the B ramp. Martinez is going to receive. Lines up 1, 2, and only 2. The wobbles right there, so that's done. Don't fall into enemy hands. He'll toss the Galil over. They'll pick that up. Essentially only losing a Mac 10. And so the 10th is gained with relative ease, minimal casualty. And this is Audic's real last chance. Their guns are out. There is no kit yet. Woody will buy one. That's a good call. Always like to see the players make sure they have a kit. There's going to be 2 Mac 10s in play too for 9Z, so something fast might behoove them. Asox really ate some poly damage early. That's a lot of it too. Max is jumping around, running around for the middle. Eats a nade. And with all that utility thrown in middle, it's going to end with both teams essentially calling an armistice and just backing away for now.
Will Martinez, big one to find. Night Day solid on the trade. Woody on this flank expected. Spotted by Quasso Peak, taking a lot of damage. They're going to try to run down, but he'll throw a Molotov to buy time. These players kind of just stuck in middle. Bomb is outside B as well. If Woody isn't expected, this would be an upset kill for certain. It seems like he is expected. Adams gets the spot, throws the molly. Woody shouldn't be long for this world. Not given how many people he's stuck between.
How does he find his
Gets
way
away.
out? How does he find his way out?
He's bought so much time.
They're gonna walk right into his trap. They're not gonna clear it. Oh, are they? No. He gets turned on, but he does get one in the lineup here for K-Slox. Trying to come up with what he did on Nuke. Unable to do just that. Into a 2 versus 2. 1 versus 2 as Max will find another on his magnificent Mac 10. But he only gets those two, and Night Day stays alive and keeps Audic alive in this map, really. Better late than never for those two to wake up, but they need to have more impact moving forward. And Audic need to be able to win rounds without only keeping one alive.
I was going to say, it's incredibly expensive. Look at the buy. 3 MP9s in spite of a victory. 9C, their buy's not great either. They didn't get the bomb plant, but they still have a Galil, 2 MAC-10s, and 2 AKs. And it looks like they're changing the pace. Straight up the B ramp. They get ahead of that Molotov, but the flash is so good. Max is dead to rights. Wasso B actually covers him for the moment. Punk gets the trade. He saved AK from the round prior, does get one, but it is also traded in kind. 3 versus 3. It's chaos on the site with a potential fast flank from Caves. Again, kills going back and forth. Team damage from both Wasso and Martinez, who are now both at below half. Caves the box finds one. They know the second is here as well. Martinez, again a star for his team, but he has to find 2 with low HP. Tries to pre-fire, fails in that endeavor. And Audic continue to survive. Again, the chaos of that round epitomized by the team damage between those two T's stacked up cube.
They just couldn't get past it. And now we have another technical pause here. We've had a few on this series so far, especially at the beginning of the whole day earlier on Nuke. Hopefully this one will not be too long. Mac 10 back for Adams is... Looks like 9Z are going to go for a pretty hefty investment here. Buying down to about 1K. Banking on a bomb plant for sure. But Audic are being allowed to hang along. The longer this team builds confidence, the more scary it's going to be for 9Z. The more difficult they're going to have to close it out. Alright. Nice short little tech pause. We can get back into it here. And see how much more Audic can do. Their backs are against the wall, but with each passing round they put on the board, keeping 9Z stuck at 10, it becomes more and more easy for them to take this map, whether it be in regulation or in overtime. The fact that a regulation win for Audic is now possible is a very scary prospect for 9Z.
Yes, it is. Nice aggression from the Mac-10, and now Turner is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He has to worry about his donut as well, and he only gets one. Punk gonna try and bring things back under control. We'll find one, but he's smoked off. Night Day. Rotations have been quick from Audic. Plant though, it's gonna go down. All but guaranteed at this point. And that gives 9Z that cash you mentioned required to get a buy going forward. Woody. His flank isn't being held. Buying time for it to come to fruition. Night Day finds the first. Woody smokes the bomb. And the spam from Luke is trying to find something. Combined 6 HP. Woody finds one. Woody spots the second, and the spam won't connect. This is going to be a defuse. If I had to guess, no kit either. Woody. His MP9 finally hits its mark. And Audic again continue their comeback. But it also continues to be expensive.
9Z's start was also very expensive for them. This is definitely one of those things which is looking a little bit stranger and stranger. 9Z probably should be contemplating a timeout here pretty quick. Adams. They're going to run out through everything middle, and Max is going to get gifted a pair of kills. He just runs into the fray, finally traded back, but Woody instantaneously turned on, bringing this to a 4 versus 2 in favor of the T side. Their sheer unadulterated aggression is finding success here, and Nightday and Ponk are essentially walled out of this round, unless, well, there's no way now with Adams coming around and catching the timing. I'm gonna say unless Nightday can find Adams down lower middle, but he looks towards Snake instead. And so, that economic damage that you mentioned just a round ago, coming into play now as 9Z grab 11 with a pretty surefire chance at 12, as Audic are gonna force away here. They do not want to give 9Z 5 map points. But this buy is far from ideal. 3 MP9s, a 5-7, a Deagle, utility is light, and there's no kit. No helmet, there's still the MAC-10 for Max.
It's the third round in a row where the MAC-10 has just run out. Granted, this time it doesn't find a kill, but the last 2 rounds it found 1 and then 2 without an answer. Audic. Really some control here. They'll smoke bottom B. Try to get Snake control, but they take a good amount of damage from that nade in response. So much presence at B, and Huaso Peak is the one to get the first kill in the round, catching Nightday peeking Jaguar. 9Z making the correct read, knowing it's going to be a B stack given the aggression there. They'll go into an empty A bomb site, get a plant for free, and from there, Audic probably going to save, if I had to guess. They haven't moved at all. Yep, Woody's heading back to B. They're all going to try to save these guns, this armor for the following, and try to make their stand as the gamble stack does not pan out.
But they'll at least have these guns again in the next round. That is something. It's better than nothing, Nate. It's better than 5.7s and P250s. Woody, though, will not be one of the lucky few to save. The rest of Audic need to be very careful to ensure these armor and weapon pieces move on to the next round. They will survive. And look how well Huaso, Martinez, and Adams have done this map. All of them more kills than their opposition's top player in Ponk.
Ponk has slowed down in the second half.
The damage,
$125.
Look at the
91.
utility damage for 3 of those 4 players in 9 as well. All close to 200.
It was those mid scrims that Audic kept trying to go for that just simply yielded so much damage. And that's another set of damage, this time against 9Z at the very least, for Audic. Slow, yet again. Bomb. Not committed anywhere, but there are a majority of the players from the P side over towards Snake and B. And a mid peek is the call. Good flash out from Woody. But the MAC-10 was playing anti-flash, and Lucan was ready for the bait and switch. Nightday only gets 1 swinging out of Cave, or out of Jaguar, rather. 2 versus 4 for Woody and Ponk on MP9s to keep their aspirations alive in map 2. Getting deja vu from yesterday, Boggs, when Imperial swapped maps with Elevate.
Yep.
Once again, a free bomb site.
Woody and Ponk can still make something of this round. Woody's already aggressive out. He gets the dink onto Max, who's 1 HP. He's going to have to try and just be a human grenade at this point, do damage, and Woody takes a massive amount of it. Ponk, though, 1 from Donut. Does he expect the second? He's wary. He's aware, but not able to get the kill. All up to Woody now. Time not his friend, and neither is Max around the boxes. 9Z turned the tide and flipped this match on its head, taking their opponent's map pick of Ancient and setting us up for a classic map 3 of Inferno. Audic, they were strong on map 1, stronger than 9Z, but 9Z received the same sort of treatment that Audic did early, and they also finished it much the same as Audic did. So, we have the map trades here, Nate, and that means we'll have Inferno coming up right on the other side of this break.
When the world is cold, you hear people say, gotta chase the dream of yesterday. But the stories told, the golden memories, ain't a truth but just a fallacy. But there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road, and they'll feed the fire and watch it all explode. Gotta put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people rolling in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling, we gotta do it right. If the hustle and grind breaks your stride, do you turn and blame the other side? If the hustle in your mind makes you decide, it will crack and strip you of your pride. Oh, but there's hustlers, stealers, liars out on this road,
put those flames out before we burn it down. Gotta plant new seeds in this ground. Don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people want it in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling. We gotta do it right. Well, don't let yourself be troubled or think on yesterday. Keep on moving, come on, don't stand in my way. Some people wanna pull you under. Some people wanna make you cry. Some people want it in like thunder. We gotta fight the feeling. We gotta do it right. Yeah, we gotta do it right.
Both teams showed up on their opponent's map pick and not so much on their own. So that leaves us with a third and final map in this opening round matchup between Audic and 9Z, with one spot available at ESL Pro League Season 22 on the line. I'm Boggs. Pineapple Phillips is with me here today as well as yesterday, and we'll see who's going to continue through the upper bracket and which team will have their backs up against the wall. Lucan to start things off for 9Z. Takes some damage from Woody, but already 9Z heating up on this pistol round with an opening pick. Looking for more as they'll force these two away, Woody and Punk. They'll retreat to the confines of the B site. Meanwhile, Audic have this 2-2 split. No rotations from the A side of things. They're just making sure arch wrap is not possible. But as things get more and more solidified into this B take, Audic prepared to fight. Woody aggressing. There is a flashbang for him, but he goes too fast. And Lucan, that's his second of the round on the P250 raid boss. Smoke's going in. Molotov for first oranges. Ponk is smoked out, and he's going to go all through. Taken out by Lucan again. 2 kills on 14 HP. And I think Tornay and K-Slox are going to save.
Yep, save the armor. You can buy a helmet if you really want to, but you can buy an MP9 more importantly in the next. 2 versus 5 retake, even on even footing, seems near impossible. Adams knows they're probably saving. He's already hunting, as are his teammates. Only 2 left to really defend this B site. No one close to these 2. It looks like they'll both be able to save. Bomb goes off. No one's close. Stellar start for Lucan, who is supposed to be the star of this team. 3 kills for him, 2 as you mentioned on 14 HP. The P250 paying dividends for him. And this is the decider, ladies and gentlemen. This is map 3. Winner of this will continue on in the upper bracket to play the winner of Red Canids, excuse me, and Imperial. Loser will drop down to the lower bracket and play the loser of that very same matchup. MP9s and 5.7s is the name of the game for Audic in this round. They are forcing. They have a kit in play as well for K-Slox. Not a lot of utility to be spoken of. 9Z. 2 Galils, an AK, and 2 MAC-10s. Look to harvest a bit of cash. Max is no stranger to the MAC-10, sometimes even buying it instead of a rifle, favoring its aggressive nature. Triple stack arch, already smoked off. Have much impact, or it shouldn't, unless 9Z just wait out this smoke. Now we're in an awkward spot.
There's one from Lucan. Max and Huaso Peak exploding onto the side. It's a double for Huaso. And Pong, nothing he can do. Locked out. His 9Z will not. Another one on the board. 2-0 up for the South American mix. Ponk might just run in to a certain Lucan. Not an unfavorable duel given Lucan's low HP, and that's going to give Ponk an AK to save him to the next round, unless the MAC-10s can run him down. They're going to be on the hunt here. Max is going in through apartments. Where's the other one? Adam's going the long way around towards T-spawn.
They're worried that he crossed the bridge with that smoke. Max though is going to get him. Yep, flying. So, not perfectly clean, but pretty clean round. AK picked up, dropping a MAC-10. Most certainly an acceptable loss given that Audic was on the force, and now they're guaranteed to be on a save, or nearly an entire save. Some nades, and a deagle for Naite. A good start for 9Z on this T side. And as we talked about, whoever gets the solid start at the beginning of the half typically runs away with the map in the end.
Well, K-Slox will get one on the USP, and Naite, Lucan, his victim. That's a heavy hitter to lose for 9Z. And a promising sign if you're an Audic fan to see Naite starting to heat up with an eagle shot like that. And if Audic are to win this round of all the rounds this half so far, that would be quite a statement. I like this rotation back from Audic, but it's a good move to not over-rotate with 4. Just with 3 instead. But 9Z have to be careful now. Martinez is low. He's damageable to those USPs at this point. To be very careful not to throw this round away. At bare minimum, they've given up guns. They still have yet to get a kill. 42 seconds. They're moving into A. Torne still up towards apartments. Nobody in there for 9Z, which is a blessing in disguise. It's going to be tough to clear that 5-7 clear. Can they take out Ponk? No, they can't. They might just lose another. Torne activates. Blasso's down to 4 HP. He falls. Max gets one, but only one as K-Slox with the salvage Mac 10 comes in, leaving Martinez, the wounded member of 9Z, to do it all. He's flamed out of position. Torne finds him. And it starts with a USP from K-Slox, a deagle shot from Naite, and spirals out of control into a round victory for Audic.
Right when I said the team that starts things off right can run away with the map, Audic pull it off. A near full save, minimal investment, just some grenades and that deagle, and the 5-7. The save pays off in a big way. 2 AKs recovered as well. That means they're going to have a solid buy going into this one. And 9Z are going to have to cobble together whatever they can. That bomb plant is big to give them this okay buy. Martinez has an op very early on this T side, but no helmet, which is important to note, given the M4 and the MP9. Lucan's also on only a Galil, as is Max. Those are actually the two players you don't want on Galils. An aggression down banana is the name of the game for both teams. The issue is the flashes are there for Audic. Should have been their advantage, but instead Lucan doubles down on the Galil. And 9Z off the rip, steal a man advantage, and now a 2-man advantage as Martinez catches turn, they peeking in middle. K-Slox, Ponk, both stacked towards sandbags, one found. This is a good bait for K-Slox. They're not going to clear. Or are they? They are. Still, K-Slox finds one. Bomb should run away. The op is there to support. If K-Slox wasn't cleared and they went for that execute, could have been very different.
Well, 9Z are able to at least respond properly to losing to pistols. That's a change and a positive one for 9Z in this third and final map of this series. We'll see if they're going to be able to do more here. We're not going to... This round's not live yet. This round is not live. And nobody took damage, so there's the restart. Match medic coming through here momentarily. Looks like it's already done. Hats off to our admin for being quick to get everything fixed and situated.
Thank you, Osho.
One of the unsung heroes that makes all of these events possible. So, he deserves some love. A lot of love.
More love than we can give. Eyes come through. Galils for Adams and Owasso Peak. MP9s for Punk and K-Slox. There's an op for Woody as well to challenge Martinez, to rival Martinez. And that's what we call the Chaos Smoke. Deep middle. It allows you to potentially push alt mid. Makes 9Z a little bit antsy perhaps if the CTs act upon it. But of course they don't in this round. That's a lot of utility used by Audic. No mollies left. One smoke, maybe a second on the ground. And the spam from Lucan and Max finds its mark on the Ponk, one of those MP9 players. Owasso Peak, though, phasing a smoke drops Woody. That's a 2-man advantage, and now maybe perhaps a third, as the player on A side is now spotted in a very awkward spot. Swing comes through, Turn A gets one. Martinez is off, though, is too quick on the trade. K-Slox also gets one over towards Wine, but the round is over. And if I had to guess, a 2 versus 3 retake with an MP9. And Nightday's just sitting top banana. Doesn't seem like he wants anything to do with this round.
It's going to be another round victory for 9Z. I'm not sure what Naite is doing there. Okay, there he goes. That was bizarre for a second, and he almost
I
paid.
think he might have lagged out.
Yeah,
Lagged out.
we might have another technical pause coming into this next round, because that was a little strange.
Very.
We'll find out. But 9Z, another good response on this T set of Inferno, and with every passing round, 9Z get more and more confident. The individuals in particular are really starting to rise, and Max, who was utterly dormant on the first map, had a very good second, and he's starting off well on Inferno as well. Timeout technical, or tactical this time, used by Audic. And they're using it into a half buy here, Nate, which is an interesting call. I mean, look at that damage, though. 127 for Luke and 110 for Max.
They're investing. It looks like.
Yeah, they are going all in.
Some of them are. Oh, they were on a half buy. Turn A was at 2,000, but he's gone for the utility. So they're going to go for the buy. M4s, Galil, MP9s. It's basically the same buy they've had for the last while. The issue is they've been caught by a lot of different things. Spam on banana. Wasso peek walking through a smoke. You know, just caught up by a lot of different things that give away the early advantage and make it insurmountable deficit. Chaos smoke middle, nade down as well. Spam from the op will not connect for Martinez. Audic quickly going for a 4-man stack over an A. This is an interesting read.
Yeah, it
4 on A. Only 1 B defender, and it looks like 9Z are committing to B.
They are. They're going to go all in on B. They've had some success here as well. But 9Z haven't exactly shoehorned themselves into going one way or another consistently. They kind of go where the wind takes them. And it's working out well. Martinez is trying to entry with the op. He does have the rifles around him, and it's Adam to get the shot, but the op ring out as well. And with 5 on the B site, 4 on the A site, that means Save Simulator 2025 begins again. And it's a prime opportunity to mention why we both thought that Inferno would have been a better map to remove than Anubis.
That's why the entirety of the world thought this map would be a better map to remove than Anubis.
Yeah.
It is unfortunately not a hot take of ours. It is a very, it's not even lukewarm. It is it's ice cold take.
It's Arctic temperature. Antarctic. Because it's
pre-climate change Antarctic, yeah.
This is Sir Edwin Shackleton. Sort of.
This is what he died for.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I actually have his diary on my bookshelf.
Do you have his Lego boat too?
I do, yes.
So I think it's his boat. I remember.
Yeah, I had to get that day one.
Understandably. If you thought there was going to be, if you thought there was a lot of saving on Ancient, excuse me, you are in for a treat.
We'll call it a treat.
Or torture, one of the two.
Or we could just split the difference and be very diplomatic and call it the show. In for a show.
In for something, that's for sure.
In for the long haul.
It's gonna be a long haul.
That's a nice nade.
Martinez gets around it pretty well though. For a double nade tree at 64 still.
I'm surprised he's still that high.
Yeah, missed the first, but a nice kill on the second with that flashbang. Again, an early stat towards B for 9Z, but Huaso Peak is running amok towards apartments. Case Locks is rotating B. Huaso Peak has found a crazy timing. He might just catch Case Locks here. It's all on timing. Doesn't, but forces him away. Z looking for this one. What a shot from Huaso Peak. He's had a heck of a series for himself. Terne now has to push forward, weary of that arch flank. He'll get one. He'll fall back to site, but he is stuck behind enemy lines now. Flank and truck side is the call. Huaso Peak, another clinical shot. Woody tries to phase the smoke, but he's just a couple seconds too late. And it's a 2 versus 4 with Punk across the map. Martinez should get that for free. Yes, he does. And Ponk, maybe he'll sit T-stairs in hopes of finding an exit, but he should not be going for this one.
He's got to save again, and that's just the nature of the beast here on Inferno. But again, for 9Z, they finished CT side Ancient up 8-4. They had a 7-1 lead on that map. A 7-1 lead on Inferno is not looking out of the question on T side right now. Punk's going to get one more on the exits. Don't know if there's going to be enough time to hunt him down. I don't think so. He should be safe. That's going to be a good little boost, the extra kill, plus the confidence that'll bring. But Woody 1-6, Nightday 2-5. The individuals are silent for Audic. And there's their second time out here. They do not want to go down 7-1 again. They're going to invest heavily. Woody's got the op, which needs to sing. But the only player on 9Z who's not having positive impact right now is Adams. And that's just because he's not seeing anybody. He's 2-2. He's not even playing bad. He's just kind of supporting right now and along for the ride, while the rest of his team runs roughshod over the rest of Audic.
Yeah, the lurks from Huaso Pico were really impressing me. You're just getting out, finding near exemplary timings to get space, and his team are pivoting around that. So we have a technical pause, and Boggs will give you an update. Every single matchup, I believe, is going to 3. I mean, Imperial Red Canis is 12-7 on map 2, so probably going to a third. Except for Sharks in 2 games. Sharks took that one 2-0. So, lots of action, lots of tightly knit games thus far in Stage 2 of this closed qualifier.
And there's another technical. So let's see how long we got to wait here for this one. But 9Z are doing everything right. They're hitting their shots. They're clearing together. Much of the issues we saw with their Nuke game are non-existent now. And I mean, again, just look at how well they're doing from top to bottom. Both teams are relatively even as far as team kill distribution is concerned. It's just that 9Z's floor is higher. Again, if you ignore Adam, which he just hasn't seen anybody.
Yeah,
What's
we're
the
at 4,
damage
5,
looking
6,
like,
and 7.
95, 78. I mean, that's not too bad here, but I mean, just
Damage isn't high because they keep saving.
yeah. Look how little flashes 9Z have thrown that have been effective. Martinez is the only one that's thrown an effective flash here. He's thrown 5 of them. Everything else has just been dry fights.
It's very interesting.
Yeah. That's real interesting.
Again, it's 9Z's intuition. Well, so Pete could play an entire round without throwing a single piece of utility. He'd just lurk in apartments.
Yeah. He doesn't really need to be buying it, but it's useful in case of a post plant.
What I'm surprised we don't see is a double stack in apartments from Audic to try and shut him down. One long haul and one boiler ready to swing off contact, something like that.
Like a Woody, say, for instance, on this buy right now, a Woody Tornay combo.
Probably, yeah.
I think that would work out pretty well.
Change it up. Right now you're trying to preemptively rotate based off information that you don't even have. It's costing you rounds. It's costing you players.
And they can't really afford to be losing these rounds anymore. It's the last map of the series. They had a map lead after map 1, but that's gone. And they're hemorrhaging rounds on map 2. Or map 3, excuse me. So they have to find a way back in. They have to curb the bleeding now. Apply a tourniquet, and they need to get some blood transfusion work going on too. They're still, at this point, not even at the ER yet. They're on the side of the road.
Give it a little longer and they might be waiting for the helicopter.
I don't know if a pharmacy is going to be able to help them. I don't know if that's enough medical medical help for Audic here. Maybe some over-the-counter painkillers, but something's got to change, and fast.
Is that an actual pharmacy? Not certain. It had the green plus. Yeah, see, it's green. That's no. Fake pharmacy.
Well, we do know there's some wine on this map, so maybe that'll be the best cure. Oh, we're getting a little adventure here.
I would hit my head on that ceiling so hard.
You and me both.
Right into that crossbeam.
I'm not exactly the tallest gentleman in the world.
Why are there pans sitting up there? Those are a falling hazard right there.
And they're also going to be cast iron. So that would hurt, like... That would not be good. Those are all cast iron pans. Great to cook with, but painful to drop.
This is a cool kitchen. I like this kitchen.
This is a really nice kitchen. Love that
watermelon
that pot, too.
I don't know why there's just a one watermelon in there.
It's a great question. I'm wondering where the stovetop is as well.
Don't cook with those here.
And where's the pot? Like, how am I supposed to make my bolognese? I don't know.
More pans?
More pans. Bananas, too. Just random bananas. And an old radio. I do like the old radio.
Did we get lucky with the Counter-Strike source on the computer?
Oh, that's a good question.
Wait a... Took it away? What?
I forgot about that.
No.
When they opened up apartments. That was such a neat little Easter egg. I feel like the new maps don't really have that same sort of Easter egg in a way.
Maybe there's our imagination.
There.
We made it. We made it.
Cash.
Tech pause over. We made it. 6-1. Rifle buy for both teams. Opt-in play for Woody to rival Martinez, who, by the way, have mirrored scores currently. Woody is at 1-6. Martinez is at 6-1. If I gave you that stat line, would you expect Martinez to be on the T side of Inferno? I don't think so.
No. I was about to say. He's on the T side. That's the thing. Martinez has really heated up as well. He had a pretty rough nuke, but then again, most of 9Z did. They've woken up. The Giant has woken and found that Odysseus has stolen his sheep. Except Odysseus has failed to blind him. I guess the Cyclops would be the proper term. But out of the initial nade engagement, Nites is really the one who takes the damage. And there's another one for Martinez, boosted up over the smoke. And that's another nice pick going the way of 9Z to work with another man advantage here.
So it's 2 and 2. 2 in the apartments to catch Wasso Peak. They made the exact change we suggested. Doesn't pay off this time. And now, again, with Audic's reads of rotating at precisely the wrong time, maybe they are blinded, Box. Maybe they are Polyphemus. Is that the right name? I hope so.
Might be right. It's been a minute since I read the Odyssey.
Out they come. K-Slock's trying to sow chaos in the smoke. I like the idea. He found an opportunity to find one. The issue is he only found one. And we might see more of that textbook Inferno style. We might see more saves coming through. This 3 versus 4. They're locked out of B. Yeah. They're calling it quits. Again.
Yeah, they kind of have to. There's no real way to retake this. Their utility's not there for the retake. Yeah, there's flashbangs, but there's no mollies to clear out those entrenched angles like Dark, like New Box. It's not worth the risk economically, and at some point, though, it's going to have to become worth the risk because they can't afford to lose another round. And that's the other side of the sword that is saving. You can give yourself a little more time, but you also have to run the risk of cutting yourself at the other edge.
Yes, you do. And it was Polyphemus. I was right. Thank God.
feel like we're kind of just dating ourselves with knowledge of Odysseus, though. Because the Christopher Nolan film hasn't come out yet, and...
The kids are still reading that in school.
Are they?
I hope so.
I would not be so sure.
I'm praying they do.
Me too. It's such a good story.
Really smoked one banana. From the CTs. And a preemptive spam from Max. Takes down Woody. Knight, they can't even pick up the op off the ground. Where is it? Did he get blown away by a grenade? Nope,
No, he got it back, but he took 2 grenades for damage, so... Not exactly. Oh wait, no, he got his M4! He didn't get the op!
No, he got the op. He had it in hand.
Oh, okay. Oh, there it is.
There it is. Trying to have both in play so he can solo from back of B. But again, not something you want to do with any weapon.
Except for a Negev.
Tina's boosted up top of woodpile.
He's
Looking
gotten
for that
a pick
aggression.
from this a couple times.
Nautic doubling back to B. Like they're just still setting up his nest back of sight.
No util. It's going to be the fights here. That flash is all they have.
Good flash.
Cross. It's an audible back A. They got time for this. Look at the position of Adams of brackets. He's got all the information. He can lock off the rotation. All they have to do is deal with case locks. And he's been a far cry from his performance on Nuke. 20 seconds to go. Flash goes in. They spotted him out. And he's done and dusted. Down he falls.
Another save? Another save.
Another save. I guess 9Z are making a good case to be the Achaeans here.
Yes, they are.
In that case, does that make Adams Menelaus, as he's, like, not of the same sort of region or even heritage as Martinez is Spanish?
Perhaps. I didn't read the Iliad, so this is like out of my...
Well, Menelaus is still a character.
Yep, a character. Punk. Staying alive.
Terrorists win.
3 survive for the T's. 3 for the CTs. Not that it matters for 9Z at this point because they have a stupid amount of wealth. Eight to 1. And at this point, 11 to 1 seems like an inevitability. They'll lean towards A this time. This is the first time we've seen a lean towards A in quite a while. Case locks. Not even required on that peak. It's Woody's op to finally ring through to get a kill.
I like this apartment control from 9Z, though. It's something they haven't really done in earnest. And it could work out well for them, because Audic have been so conditioned to these B-side takes that they're hinging their extra player over towards that direction. Woody needs to get activated. He's just going to get flashed away, tossing a counter Molotov, and now 9Z are doing the classic, we go A, and then we go B. It's the opposite of what they've been doing. We go B, and then they go A. There still is that fast rotation in case locks, but look how little utility Audic have at this point. Nightday has the incendiary. He's going to use that, or drop that over to Ponk, rather. Molotov's coming in. Ponk's going to get the molly out. Case lock's going to rotate through. Punk's got to do a lot of work here, but he's going to do some team damage as well. Case locks 1, and he's done. Max around. Takes out the Oranges player as well. Do they expect second? No, they don't. Nightday's here, and somehow he's still alive. And he'll find both of them as Martinez, he had his opportunities. He just couldn't close it. And Audic, after a very long time, without any sort of success, put one on the board. It's 8-2. The money for the T side more than enough to buy out the rest of the half. And for Audic, they're still in a very rough economic situation. They have to string rounds together. They need 4 out of this half to get a chance. Plus that pistol needs to be good. And Woody's going to go for that bottom mid peak. Not deep into it, but at least for some information. Sides here going back to a more passive default. Good nade damage, though, going on to Ponk, and that's going to let Max get some control. Dot Banana. He's part of the hand. He knows it's even more damage done.
Only a little bit more. Lucan took about half in response. Again, this boost up would... Yeah, I think it was as well. Night Day expecting the boost. Catches Martinez mid-jump. That's a big head to find. Lucan will grab the op. And Audic finally on the good side of the round advantages. These last couple rounds. Less than a minute left now, and 9Z are all kind of grouped up bottom mid. Finally going for some apartment control. That was a Molotov and friendly fire incident from the CT side, but not a big deal yet. Max throwing a fake over towards B. Showing presence. He's drawn a rotation. Now the rest of his squad need to activate. They need to find something. Woody's on Arch with the up. He's going to peek this. Posted for by Lucan, but Lucan's caught looking. That's a big kill to find. Furthering the advantage now, and Woody's going to continue to dip in. He finds Wasso peek through the flames. Smoke goes down Speedway, but Woody gets in front of it, and he has Tierney here to help. This might just be a save, given how little time is left. 3 players here still left to defend. The op is dropped, but Adams has so much more to do. He finds nothing. Punk finds them both. And Audic secure 2 in a row to get to a third.
One more to take it to 8-4. That would be a reasonable recovery for Audic. Not exactly the best case scenario, but the individual, Ponk and K-Slox in particular, have picked it up. And look at that. 3 alive in 3 consecutive rounds, and 4 alive in that last one. It's good for the CTs, allowing them to buy that utility up again. Again, banana control taken by 9Z, but it hasn't really worked out the last couple of rounds now, has it?
No.
Will we get a little more A pressure? I would not hate to see a little more A pressure out of 9Z, but it looks like their read is to go in on B. And of course, Martinez gets another pick with that op on B, opening things up. Now they go in fast, and Night Day, not even a chance to respond or react. Removed by Huaso Peak. And so the bomb goes down as a 5-man hold, and Audic will send everything at the problem. But I don't think it's going to go too well for them. The defender's well entrenched, but with K-Slox getting opt, it gets less and less likely that they get a 4th, and instead, a 9-3 T-half for 9Z is utterly stunning.
Yes, it is. They are slightly T-sided, but not by a lot. Still over 50% win rate on the CT. And a very solid 9-3 half for 9Z as we hit the halftime break.
If all they've been saying is true, it's over.
As he turns it, nice headshot. Headshots from Nezzy.
Statement performance to start off the deciding map for 9Z. They lead 9-3 as they enter the CT side of Inferno. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic. And 9Z looking to put this one to bed. If they win this pistol, it should be 10, likely an 11th off of it. And from there, a hop and a skip to closing out this series. Martinez, he's got the dualies. Flashes for Max. Walk for Night They alone on Banana. Spot comes in. He's the P250 Super Soldier. Still has no support, though. He's just trying to throw this fake top Banana while his teammates group up top middle.
Get the double pit, though. It's going to be hard to clear, especially with the dualies at hay. Boston's got to hit the shot, though. He can't keep missing. There's the critical first. Dualies are out, but they got nothing at all. Boston needs to buy time, but Case Lux doubles down. As there's a push in towards Wine as well from Woody. Max is running right into him. Shadow shows, but Max is lucky to get out of there alive. Lucan comes through as the bomb goes down. That's a win for Audit, but they need the round in desperately. No kit here for the CTs. It's going to come down to a tight, close-range duel to clear out this A site. 3 out of 4 players around or in. Another one from Case Locks. And Lucan and Adams might just have to save here. Might not even really be a point to wasting the Kevlar. Yeah, they're going to try to back away. However,
they're
the
hunting.
hunt is on, and they're ravenous for these kills.
Ace Locks still technically on for the ace. Adams gets 1. Lucan gets 2. They'll fall back. They'll save the Kevlar. Ponk is still here, though. Last player alive for the T side. Looking to do something. Take away that Kevlar would be pretty big. Lucan could even buy a FAMAS here.
Yeah.
Wouldn't have a helmet. Yeah, he's going to go for that. I agree. I like this force buy. Very potent. I like the FAMAS, especially in Lucan's hands. He's been the star for this team in this map. I think this could most certainly work out if they play the cards right, but no kit means they got to win it with fights. Win it with utility. Damage is a good way to start that off. Night Day down to 37. Audic already falling back out of Banana. 3 defenders on B. Once again, just like the pistol round. See if that rotates around. It does. It already has. In fact, Max is running back. Will he be in time to stop this Audic arch wrap?
Well, there's 2 players towards CT to defend against this wrap. Smokes are going in. It's telegraphing exactly what Onic are doing. And also spotted 1, but Max is able to get at least 1. Martinez holds on with the sight, gets 2 on the 5-7, looks for a 3rd, and he's dealing more damage, grabs that hat trick. Can't quite get more just yet. Woody on the outside, backstabbed by Max, and so, off the save of the armor, the extra buy comes in, and 9Z right back in the wind column. And more importantly, Nate, they isolate the Audic victory again. That means Audic have only strung 2 rounds together of their 4. The other 2 isolated, as we can see here. Shout out to our observer, JNZ, doing a great job today.
Exemplary performance. Audic, they're going to go for a force buy, but it's Tech 9s. No primaries, and I don't hate it. Tech 9s, especially on Banana, if you can slip the gap between the utility, can be very good. They try to go around the smoke. The MP9 of Max does a little bit of damage, but it also takes a good amount in return. Adams is sticking around. This could be foolhardy. It is foolhardy. Ponk finds 1, and now Audic are going to race in. There's no nades to slow them down. The smoke is thrown out of desperation, but they're through it, and Max is caught. Lucan has to get more than that. Only 1 is what he'll find. And a 2 versus 4 might be the save call for 9Z, even if Audic only have Tech 9s.
Even if they only have Tech 9s. If they only have Tech 9s. It's a bold statement, Nate, because the Tech 9, up close and personal, is one of the best pistols in the game. I'll take a Tech 9 over a 5.7 any day of the week. It's just so good running and gunning.
And the beauty of the Tech 9 now is that what do you lose if you die on the hunt? Almost nothing. Take away a rifle if you're successful, though.
Yeah. Its running accuracy is so good.
As long as you don't spam it, you're golden.
And that's really the trick, isn't it? Avoid not panicking.
Yep. Also
avoid
peek
panicking,
1,
I should
2, and caught.
No
No
survivors.
weapons saved. No survivors. And so, it's a back and forth. 9Z, do they force? I think they will. Adams already has.
Might as
Scout
well,
from
right?
Huaso Peak. Yeah, I would force. I like the scout and play from Martinez. We'll see if that does some early damage. Moss again in play this time for Lucan. He had it last time too, if I recall correctly. Martinez peek down T-steps. No one is there though. Peek all middle. Nice tag on Eterne. Down to 52 through the wall. An immediate rotation to B, which isn't a bad idea. Max.
Well, the massive amount of damage Audic have sustained gives these pistols a prime opportunity to do some damage, but the entry comes through on the A-Rap again, going arch side. Adams up close. This is the MP9's time to shine, but Tourney answers with a magnificent shot. Wasso, though, one of his own, and maybe more from that Deagle up in apartments. He's going to have to make a home out of it, though, as he's going to be stuck for now. Woody lets him run behind. They're not ready for him on the backstab, but he's lucky enough to get the FAMAS out before the scout. And then Naite peeks back down. Huaso, too many targets. And 2 in a row for Audic for the first time, or the second time in this game. First time in this half, and first time in a few rounds as well. 4 rounds separating these two teams, and a full save here from 9Z. Death ball mid. Pistol stack. Default. What's their call going to be here?
Sit in corners and wait as long as possible. Flash nade for Adams. He's going towards banana. It's going to be a straight B play. 8 over. They're going to sit on site. Maybe after first contact, he'll throw the flash and they all peek together. This is an interesting choice.
They're walking a couple of players into the stack, but Audic aren't hedging all their bets on this. They have players over towards A, the bomb down bottom. They're just trying to feel out exactly what's going on, and that kill is going to be relatively inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Now, if we would have gone down there without getting 3, then things get a little bit more scary. But it's still a safe bet for Audic here.
Yeah, they got the bomb. They have A. They know it. Moss not long for the world. It's gone. Adams might go try to pick that up, but Trinity's already closing the space, closing the gap. ESP 1v1. No horse in that race. Audic take it, lose 2, but they drop off a Moss and a Mac 10, which aren't 2 weapons you necessarily want in a rifle round, so acceptable losses. Woody gets out his op, 4 AKs. 9Z, what do we have? Full M4s, no op in play for Martinez to try and challenge. They're lacking utility, and they're lacking a kit as well, might I add. Lucan gets extra utility, gets a kit, and swaps to an MP9. Selfless call from him. In round 18. Audic getting confident, getting clean on this T side. worrying prospect for 9Z, who are hoping to close this one out sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's going to become more and more difficult for 9Z to close out, but Lucan gets a flame kill onto Ponk. That's one of the heavy hitters for Audic in this map out of the picture. And a positive start for 9Z as they look to settle in towards that victory moment. Moving into the upper bracket matchup later against the winner of Imperial versus Red Canids. Wondering who's winning that one right now. Actually, off the top of my head. That one's also in its third map. So, we'll see. Nice shot from Woody, though. He'll win that Opera's duel. Looks like the Ops just T-sided today on Inferno, Nate, which is contrary to everything conventional Counter-Strike knowledge teaches.
This is walk through the arch smoke with an Op for Woody. Gets dinked, but he gets the kill. Still 2 A defenders, though, and the question is, say, do Audic know? But it seems like they clearly do. They're pinching in towards B now. Max is going to get caught by this Op if I had to guess. It's all on timing, and never mind, he doesn't get caught by the Op. Timing's in his favor. And double swing comes through. He lines them up, only gets one, though. But still a 2 versus 2 with both players at A. They don't have utility, they don't have a kit. Do they go for it? It seems like they're going to try.
Might as well. They have a couple of rounds to play with, and it's a favorable situation. They can still pull back. And there might be a kit here on Max's body, too. I'm not entirely sure. Gonna be tough to find case locks here, though, without that util. Tornay as well. Deep church, but case locks nothing. Tornay reveals himself. Somebody's got to hop on it. Adam's going to be the one to hold. Huaso just needs to fight this duel and win it. Huaso loses off the bomb. It doesn't matter. Tornay comes up with both. And he will survive in the nick of time. As 9Z so close and yet so far. Hey! We got Counter-Strike.
Nice. For the other matches, Boggs, I know you asked. I said
So,
Sharks beat 2 game.
Yep.
Legacy beat Selva.
That one was 2-1 too, which is surprising.
Yeah. And then Imperial are leading 4-0 right now on map 3.
Told you Selva was a team to keep an eye on, though.
Yes, they are. 9Z. Stack and B with 4. They're on a half by 5-7s. Deagle. MP9. Also, Peak needs to have another Herculean performance like he did on the other maps. He's slowed down considerably, but he does have support at least from the majority of his team. Audic far more passive on this one, trying to suss out what 9Z have.
Looks like a full-on B exec, and there's 4 players here from 9Z. Of all the scenarios, this is probably the best case for them out of this round. If Audic actually commit to this, which they might not after that spam comes through from Max in the 5-7. Smoke's ready. In comes the util. Max coming back. Huaso will rotate in as soon as contact comes through. Bomb spotted. Max waiting for the push in. Adams 1 on the MP9 around the pillar. Now the stall comes in. The push comes out. 2 for the T's, 2 for the CTs. Tornay low, still alive. Not for long. Here's Lucan around pillar. Finding more damage, but he's out of ammunition. Can't hide for long enough. And so Huaso's in a 1 versus 2. Has the golden chance. Ooh. And he snipes 1. He knows where the last is thanks to that smoke. And spots him out, but case locks the crouch slide. It keeps him alive. And Audic have crawled to within 1 round of 9Z here on Inferno. 5 in a row. 6 of 7 on this T side, counting the pistol. And look at case locks. He's woken up. The beast is here. And he's one of 2 Audic players at a 1.0 KD. It's the case lock show.
Case lock's scary.
Yeah.
It might be. Everybody else is doing their job. kind of the same for both teams. You have Adams and Night Day at the bottom. And then more or less everybody around the same. The issue is that star, that impactful star in case locks. Difference maker for Audic to come back into it.
Yeah, he had a rough start, too.
He did. 3 at B. 9Z still trying to figure out how to hold this site. Meanwhile, Audic, content with showing presence, will fall back. I say that, they're going back in again. Maybe they're not content.
Maybe they want it all. They might just
Continue to
want it
bully
now.
this B site. Yeah.
Look at this hold utility. It's solely on the shoulders of Max. Smoke, Molly. That's it. And Audic might just probe out with the MAC-10 here, too. They have that. Here comes the util. Counter utility use. The smoke, not a Molotov. Fire can be tossed. Now it's on, actually, from the T side. Burns away Lucan, but they don't clear Adams. He's got 2 plus the bomb. Drops at his feet. Looks for damage on the 3rd, but Max is here to support. Grabs 1 through the smoke. That's case locks out of the picture. Putting it all on Tournay and Night Day. Orange's plant is a bold move, Cotton, but it pays off for now. Martinez rotating in. Op in hand. Has the M4 of Wasso Peak also joining up. 2 through Church. Wasso looking to go back the other way.
Time.
Yeah, they
Half gone on the
don't
bomb.
have a hit either. They have to go. That's a big first duel. 1 and the second from Max. He's been great this time and trying to step up into Case Lock's territory. Take over a star role on this final map of this upper bracket matchup. 9Z keep their lead, if just barely. But of course, Inferno is known for very tight 3rd maps.
Yes, it is. As we talked about, known at this point as the decider because no one likes it and no one dislikes it enough. There are other maps that you hate more. Martinez has his op. And Audic, in spite of their tear of rounds, what was it, 5 in a row?
Yep.
They're on a poor buy because of how expensive 9Z has made it. Even with the bomb plant, they're on Galils, a MAC-10, and AKs. No op. And a lot of punishing utility damage taken down middle early. Wasso Peak gonna throw his molly in. Keep him at bay. Audic trying to change the pace, and 9Z are reading heavily into that. 4 players at 8, a 5th one coming in short order. 1, 2 found, a 3rd heard, not quite found just yet, but the bomb is down at brackets. The issue is Tournay. It's his turn to turn up. He'll find 2. Woody finds 2 of his own, and they make something out of what was a catastrophic start. 9Z had the read, they had the setup, they had the openings, and yet Audic have the round. Max already turning tail. It is done. A 10th for Audic as Max heads for the hills with the AK on his back.
Yeah, they had the crossfire. They had it all set up, and it just gets dismantled by Audic, by Woody and Tournay. And the star was dead, but it didn't matter. The secondaries came through in a big way, and Woody's going to get the last one onto Max, too. Peeks out right into the crosshair of the op, which means no saved guns for 9Z, and now their economy is destitute, and Audic are knocking on the door of a tie ball game. That is how thin the margins are on this map right now. Just one little mistake can cause the end of it all.
We have a tech pause.
Tech
Get some
pause.
inklings of what 9Z want to do, though. You can tell they're already investing. It's not really a half buy if Martinez has to buy armor, so I'm not sure exactly what the call will be. It's like a not a half buy, not a save, not a full buy. It's around there. 1350 leaves you too little room on the CT side, but it's not a full investment.
It's an aggressive half buy. A 3/4 buy.
3/4 buy. By the math, yeah, it seems about right.
Maybe it's time for a new term in Counter-Strike. 3/4 buy.
Call it the cope buy.
The copium buy?
Yeah, the copium buy.
I like that better. It's more funny. More memeable. Which I guess is your forte, so.
That was the target.
Leave it to Pineapple Phillips for a good memeable comment.
But who knows? They're gonna make a mountain out of this molehill. I have a feeling. Audic, the decidedly better buy. Honk probably gonna get dropped an AK if I had to guess. Yes, he did. I didn't even realize that the tech pause was over. We're into the action. 2A, 3B for the early goings once again. Honk taking heavy damage down Banana from a piece of utility early on. Audic playing slow. One player out mid, 2 bottom mid trying to get over this chaos smoke, and 2 bottom Banana. Hoping that someone overextends. Smoke down Arch early on, thrown from underpass.
I mean, Audic have the utility game in hand. Unless stuff like this works out for 9Z, the push with the flash, but it doesn't yield a kill. Max finds nothing. And there's only a smoke left. That smoke's over on A, and it's in pallet or apartments.
9Z's reads good. 9Z's
yeah.
reads good though. They have
That's
4
all
here
information.
once again.
But can they win the fights? That's going to be the differentiating factor. Look at the lack of utility for Audic. No more mollies. Only a couple of flashbangs. It's really going to just come down to duels, which they do have the advantage in firepower-wise, but a couple of lineups here. Martinez can get himself a couple, and instead he's just going to get the info and fall away. I really do like that call, too. They're not giving anything up on 9Z, although he does go down. That's the M4 drop. Adams' position here can be huge. Lucan, though, 1. Adams, another. AK upgrade around the side. Lucan's got 3! Lucan might get 4, no! But he has done all but enough. Woody has to clutch. 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2, the time on the clock, and he falls to the ground! Max puts him down, and 9Z grab 12, but Lucan's heroics in the pit are what save the day for 9Z and make this 3-quarter buy, the copium buy, actually pay off.
I said it, a mountain out of the molehill. It wasn't really a molehill. That was kind of an overstatement, but still. Huge round to win. And normally in that situation, if it's a 4 buy and you win with 1 player surviving, your money's not good. But it was a half buy. Not a half buy. It was a 3/4. It was a cope buy. And the cope pays off. The believers. A big win. As now the buy is near full. They're lacking a little bit of utility. But they have M4s, they have the op, and Audic facing off against Series Point are on scraps. They're on a Mac 10, Tech 9s, Galil, AK. Again, don't count them out. But don't favor him either. Martinez is Banana this time around with the op. They're playing up close and personal. Good flashbang in. Honk gets him, and Lucan can't get the trade either. Lucan flash gets it eventually. So we're back at even footing, 4 versus 4. And Audic, again, rotating around to A. And again, 9Z have the instant read. They're pushing down Banana. They have a 3rd player here now on the site. Woody gets 1, but there's still 2 defenders. Wasso Peak doesn't find 1. Drops down, tries to find something. Instead, it's Adams to only get 1. Trades come through. Luke in a 1v3 to try to close it out here and now. Does he go for it? Does he save? We're at a crossroads. It looks like he's going to at least attempt it. Toy with the idea, but he spots the player pit. With that information given away, he should save. I agree.
Why is he still here? I don't get it.
Unknown. It's not going to be a cope buy in this round. It's going to be a full investment. And it is going to be a tech pause as well, if I had to guess. There it is. We have a player missing over on the side of 9Z.
Well.
Oh. And a 6th player on the side of Audic.
Nate, it wouldn't be Inferno, 3rd map, without a full 24 rounds. I almost at a full 30 because I'm still so ingrained in MR15. I do miss it still.
Too long.
That's what all the kids tell me. Not enough time for their TikToks and their whatevers.
I got some reels to
Subway
scroll through,
Surfers.
buddy. We gotta close this one out.
We've still got another match to come after this one, too. It's
Yeah,
gonna
we
be
got an hour to
2 Game
scroll
and
for.
Silva. We got 45
When is
minutes
that?
at this point.
It's 45 minutes, right?
Yeah.
I gotta eat too. Man, come on.
I don't think the
I
chicken...
need to go to MR10 at this point.
The chicken thinks the bomb's an egg.
It's staring into the light.
Is the chicken going to discover religion?
No, it's gonna eat.
It's a great chicken cam.
I like the fake explosion right there as the chicken pecked it. That was good.
Yeah.
That was good.
That was great. Nice little touch there. Oh, hey, chicken lover van in the background, too. Perfectly fitting.
I think that's a different kind of love. Not sure they would appreciate knowing where it comes from. Our fifth has returned for 9Z, but not unpaused yet. Probably still messing with some things. I believe it's Max who was having the issues.
Yeah, we've seen some issues with players having configs reset, too, so could be something along those lines.
Configs reset. There's so many new things with the anti-cheat stuff that's been set up for these kind of tournaments, you know? There's so many things that can just go wrong.
But looks like everything is going right, and we're back into it here. Round 24, the last of regulation. MP9's on 3, M4's on 2. I guess you could say M4's on 4 if you want to count the ones on Ponk and case locks. The lack of helmets, and those M4s are incredibly deadly. Ponk devour some nades. And that's not going to be the kind of lunch he's looking for. Not the kind of lunch that the chicken lover van's going to deliver.
It does catering?
It does catering, eh?
That's a big deal.
I know, right? Any way you want it, that's the way you need it.
That's a song. That's not... Nope. Can't steal that.
It's a great song, too.
Just keep on dating yourself.
Dating myself. We're the
Old.
same age. Shut up.
Smoke and 2 flashes is all it's left for 9Z's utility. No kit. Also Peak playing anti-flash. Adam's playing behind the smoke. He has Luke in here as well. And again, the read is in from 9Z. There's 4 on A to stop this. Will it work? Lucan finds 1. And now they'll close in. Lucan continue to peek. 3 for Lucan once again. Martinez gets the trade. And I don't think overtime is necessary. Punk, the player tagged down by the nade, is in a 1v4. And he's spotted, I believe. There's a player in the underpass. And it's done. 13-11. That was as anticlimactic a round as it can get for the stakes that were posted on this decider.
Oh, yeah, that was so anticlimactic. Just ends with Lucan dry fighting 3 down middle. Gets some help from his team. And 9Z survive an embarrassing start and a really concerning one at that, too, on Nuke. And turn it around, take away Ancient, and then on Inferno. It wasn't exactly clean, but this map doesn't exactly scream pristine wins. They're able to weather the storm, and they're able to take Audic out twice in under a week as well. That's going to ship Audic down to the lower bracket where they will play the loser of Imperial and Red Canids, which is going on right now. The winner will play 9Z, but we will have Selva and 2 game when we come back from the break here in just about 25 minutes.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than a fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamt.
As is the case with all of these qualifiers, we come to a point where 2 teams enter and 1 team will leave. It's Boggs and Pineapple Phillips here for an elimination match in Stage 2 of the ESL Pro League 22 South American qualifiers. Selva versus 2 Game is where we find ourselves here. Selva got the unlucky draw of Legacy, 2 Game a tough bout against Sharks. But Nate, this one may be another long one, as these 2 teams are a lot closer in rank than maybe some of the other ones that we'll find in the bracket.
Yes, they are, and, in that first round, some of the teams were fairly far apart in terms of ranking, yet still 75% of the games went to map 3, and a lot of them were pretty dang close. Looking at 9Z and Audic, our first game of the day, that comes back to mind. The only game that didn't go to 3 was Sharks and 2 Game, and that was a rather quick loss there, but 2 Game, still a very competent, very solid roster. I know some of these names, I know you do as well, and so they should put up a very solid fight against the likes of Selva, who really did quite well, all things considered, against Legacy, who I think is the #1 seed coming into this qualifier. So
they are.
I'm expecting a very solid 2-3 at least. I want to see 3 maps out of both these 2 teams.
Yeah, I think we could definitely get 2 maps out of these 2 teams. Another thing, too, I mean, you have Hardzao and PKL. That's old pain at this point. Detroit's been around for a while as well on 2 Game. Meanwhile, Selva, Destiny has been around for a very long time. Nithon, GBB, Slashes. So there's a lot of experience. It's more or less finding the right chemistry, finding the right wins. Taking a map away from Legacy was huge for Selva. It was a tight win on Nuke, 13-11, but still a win nonetheless. And now let's see what the maps we're going to be playing between these 2 teams are. There is a bit of head-to-head as well from them back in late June. But an Inferno ban from Selva makes sense. That's their perma ban. Same thing for Ancient and 2 Game, leading us into Mirage coming through from Selva.
It's an interesting pick. It's a map that they aren't amazing on, 4-3 record overall, but their opponents notably do struggle on it. A 1-4 record for the likes of 2 Game, which should hopefully give Selva the edge on that one. The second map picked is the map that we're going to be saying goodbye to after these qualifiers. It is Anubis being picked as the second map by 2 Game. Makes sense. Very solid record for them, and also a very dismal record for Selva. 0-3 on the map for Selva versus a 5-2 for 2 Game.
And one of those losses in that 0-3 streak for Selva did come against the very same team they fight against in 2 Game, but the same could be said. One of the 4 wins that Selva have in Mirage also came against 2 Game. Again, they did play back on the 24th of June, but that one ended 2-1 in favor of 2 Game, with, again, Mirage going the way of Selva, Anubis going the way of 2 Game. But the third and final map will be different this time. Selva banning Dust 2, which was that decider in that other series they played a couple of weeks ago. 2 Game had the decision between Train and Nuke, and so we will end on Nuke, which is an interesting pick. Yes, it's a strong map for 2 Game, but the same could be said for Selva. Not necessarily in terms of the win rate, but the fact that Selva just beat Legacy on the map makes me question why that's been allowed to come through from 2 Game.
It's also their most played map. Their record's not great, but the record's not great on a lot of maps. They have a 0-3, 0-4, 0-3 record on Anubis, Dust 2, and Train, respectively. So, there's not a lot of maps that Selva have that respectable record on, even if it is a 5-7. Like you said, beating Legacy, a big deal when it comes to the decider. So if Selva can get to that third, they have a real shot of pulling off a victory versus 2 Game. And as you mentioned, high stakes in this one. It's the lower bracket. Loser is out of the qualifier, and no one wants to go home this early.
Not at
Pissed
all.
around. Is live. Middle is the call, and Detroit starts things off with the dualies. Luki's at range. It's gushed through the box and finished off. PKL is low as well. 4 versus 4. No kit in play. Detroit close ramp sees them crossing, but the dualies at range are going to struggle. He tries his hardest. Hardzao caught with a nade out. swings to support his teammate. So much damage done, and it's 2Game who get the kills. So many angles Selva had to clear. They just got caught like deer in headlights with too many players looking from too many different directions. 2Game, solid start, 1-0 on their opponent's map pick.
1-0 on their opponent's pick, and Detroit putting in some serious work when it came to those pistols. Great job from him. No real weakness showcased by 2Game, though, on that A-hold. And so, Selva will go back to the Glocks. 1 P250 for Destiny. No utility. And they'll wait out the Molotov, run out A, try and get a bomb plant. There's only one here, so the bomb plant is possible. That is the MP9 in Lukey's hands. There is a fast rotation from PKL, though. That should really stymie any possible plant, as well as the fast flank around from T-Spawn, as Detroit makes his way around. But here we'll see Selva just wait, and they actually might just get backstabbed before they make a move here. They're taking way too long, and 2Game have all the information.
My issue is that the M4 gets overwhelmed. It only has 20 rounds.
That's true.
It's a wild spray. There's 3 here.
So smart.
And they overwhelm the MP9 to start things out. Detroit, there we go, pulls the trigger, finds 2. The third goes the way of his teammate, and PK also finds GBB. No plant gonna be, oh, Nython! So much damage done on the Glock. He takes out Detroit single-handedly. Sure, he didn't get the plant, but he wasn't gonna get it anyway. That flank on the ramp was too well timed. Very well done from 2Game to prevent the bomb plant, but losing 2 does sting a little bit.
It does do a little bit of a dent to the CT economy. And we'll see the lack of utility in Hardzao as a major symptom of that. There is a kit here for Detroit. At least there's that. It's a 2Game. Come back into this round. Detroit spotted in towards middle. Selva, of course, have all the AKs. Utility is solid as well. Didn't quite get the bomb plant out of that round, but it's alright. They got a couple of kills instead. Hardzao already opening it up, though. Domate squished in the opening engagement as Destiny takes fire and runs into the safety of a ladder room, but it's heard. It's chased back. Molotov might just force an engagement, though. However, both teams elect to not fight each other yet and just wait. Time ticking.
Minute 10 left, and there's only 1 smoke left for 2Game. Won't stop him, though. Boosting up around what utilities left on the field. They'll find 2 for the price of nothing. It's still 5 alive for 2Game, and only 1 alive now in Slash for Selva. I was worried the amount of utility exchange in the middle might become an issue if Selva transition into an execute with what little things they have left, but clearly that worry is misplaced. Selva are dismantled in middle, and 2Game a chance to really build a CT economy quickly with that round and now this one, given that Selva should be on a half buy.
Yeah, 2Game with a good opportunity to really establish a strong CT half early. I mean, they're not going to face too much in this round. I say that, but Tech-9's going to always be dangerous around corners. But Selva wants to prioritize getting an op into Nython's hands now. That's going to be the biggest change. Can they get him the big green gun? Can they get him activated? What is going to be the play for Selva in the next round? This one, bomb plant, be nice. Kills, be great. But you're really looking forward to that second gun round, that round number 5, to begin your streak, to begin your string. And of course, they have to string it together as well. So all these players group up in apartments. Zoreva's Molotov ready to fire out and flame on. Keep them from getting close. Spots him through. Tosses an incendiary. Sprays away blindly and actually picks up 2. Plus all that damage on the GBB who dive bombs the site. Has the bomb in hand, but he's trying to clear it instead of get it down. And so it's dropped, as are his teammates. And Nython imminent to fall as Detroit comes in on the stab. 4-0 start for 2Game and a relatively smooth one at that. This is the time for Selva to make something happen, and a timeout into this round would not exactly be a miss.
No, it wouldn't. This is very smooth. So much smoother than what we saw in the last series, where it felt like more often than not, the pistol round wasn't even converted. This is, what, round 3 was clean against the first rifle round. Round 4 was 1 player fall. It is the definition of what you should expect to be as clean. Detroit has his op in hand and still $5 grand in the bank. And Selva back to grouping up top mid and underpass. Hoping to find something. 2 games back to their style, playing in con, holding the extremities to an extent, and waiting for Selva to push up with their utility.
Still out towards middle, looking to find an angle to exploit, an angle in. They do find one on a PKL. That slashes with the opener. But still plenty of options to move around the map for Selva. They don't have to commit A or B just yet. Another one in towards middle. Hearts out, creeps in their window. Detroit's here with an op. And the Molotov actually goes up top. They're ready for this, and the head is spotted. The spray doesn't quite convert, and GBB will be the one to fall. Hardzao taking the engagement, and he spots out the op. But Nython, with the bomb on his back, will not be unseated. Slashes, comes through the ladder room. Gets the drop on Detroit, putting Lukis and Zareba in a rough spot. One on each site, and they have to fight out. At least do some damage here. Destiny could be vulnerable here in jungle as well if he rotates, but he's going to actually get the spot on Lukis as who's the last man standing. As the op of Nython activates early, and Destiny takes a dink, but the AK wins the headshot battle. And so, despite a little bit of a rough start, Selva get themselves around the board, and it comes at just the right time.
Right before things get out of control. I will say the Molotov into ladder was clutch. It prevented them from boosting up. The smoke faded. They were spotted. They were figured out. And the op was bait and switched with a player who had gotten into ladder during the chaos. It was very well done from Selva. Very well done from the opper to not overextend. And now they need to get a second on the board. That is the most important part of this. You need to convert that and stabilize your economy, because one isolated victory is not going to be enough. All 5 towards A, lining up utility. Good flashes over. The op of Detroit over towards triple is good for a first, and it throws a smoke to get out of dodge. Well done from Detroit. And he buys enough time for teammates to come in as well. Lukis finds one. 3 versus 5, and these 3 are all stuck on the ramp side of things. Nython's still in the choke point. And at this point, they're just hoping to be gifted an opportunity back into this round because their smokes are about to dissipate.
Destiny's out in the open, and will he get the drop on Hardzao? He does, but he can't convert the kill. Spray goes wrong, and GBB will have to get the trade. 2 versus 4, but GBB another one as Lukis goes hunting. The probe fails for 2 game. There's still a little bit of cover for Nython to get that bomb down, but he's content to hold an angle with 42 seconds to go. They don't have to rush this. They will eventually want another kill. UVL moving up. Missed shot from Nython actually takes some damage, and he will fall, putting GBB in an ace situation to try and win this round, but he thinks better of it and will run for the hills, conceding the round, and thereby isolating the one Selva victory. It's 2 game. Will make it so they can't get 2 back-to-back. And they'll keep 3 alive as well. AKs to upgrade here, or there may be a double op setup if they really want to as well.
No.
Yeah, they had the option of doing it into this current round, but they didn't. They'll go for AKs instead. And Selva, really rough start here.
Very rough. Now, there are some worrying signs from 2 game 2. That push through the smoke at triple, for example, giving Selva a potential way back into it. But 2 game are looking the better team. Selva, it seems like they throw their utility and show their hand too early, meet some resistance, and then just kind of stall out from there. They aren't acting with purpose. They get caught in the headlights and they just stop. They freeze. And that can't be happening. Not when you use all your utility for said take.
Big one from Destiny to find an opening pick as Molotov's bloom in front of him. He'll counter one on the Hearts out with the gap and he'll go through. Takes the pick onto Destiny. Almost drops the bomb as well, but at least gets that information plus the damage of the GBB. Zareba has to try to find something around B side though, and it's not a fun spot to be alone in. Sprays away wildly, barely gets any damage done. The bomb will go down, and now I think it's going to be 2 games time to save because their money is not great either. And so we go back and forth now, teams splitting rounds 1 and 1. Although it won't be as save heavy as Inferno was in our previous series, we might be getting a bit of those here in the early going on Mirage.
Seems like we will. A lot of aggression from both teams middle. Two games content with leaving it when the smokes go up the first time, but when it's done, they want to exert control. They're playing catwalk. They're not giving it up. And that leads to these early round advantages and then eventually saves as well. Really good play from Destiny there. Pushes through the smoke, catches Detroit in connector with the op, which now can't come through because there's no money left for 2-game. Oh, is there? Was it recovered? It must have been recovered.
Yeah, it was.
I didn't even notice it. So let's cobble something together. MP9 for Zudova over on B. PK on Famas. We want to see from one of your top hitters. Again, this early mid utility. Although this time around, Selva aren't focusing on that side of things. They're looking towards underpass instead.
Well, Ultimate might just get a gift if Lukey's gets antsy. Goes in for a Palace Peak. Hardzal. He's over towards mid again, not Detroit. He's in con, has support from stairs side as well, but his op is shown, and Nithon takes a shot a little aggressively. He misses that, and the smoke is there because they're aware of the fact that Hardzal might be around. The Molotov goes right into the boost, but there's going to be somebody up through there, and Hardzal should be aware. He heard the Molotov ticks. He should know the possibility is there.
You
Still
should.
have to be careful, though. They're getting stuck out in middle, and the bomb's just gotten mollied off on ramp. Lukey's is thinking about pushing it, but GBB finally activates off of that boost. Hardzal not ready for it. Lukey's around. I don't think he spotted the bomb as GBB nets another. Detroit coming through. GBB can activate, but it's Lukey's with 2. He's got GBB and Destiny. Lukey's falls, but time. 20 seconds to go. Bomb needs to go down. There's no more smokes to be thrown. The kills have to come through from Selva. And they'll try to force the plant towards ramp. It's spotted, but not removed. Nithon takes a dink, but wins his fight against the MP9, putting Detroit in a 1 versus 3, which I think he's going to have to abandon now. As there's no
I don't think he's going to be allowed to save.
Yeah, there's no way. You have to hunt the op here if you are Selva. Do not let it survive. Oh, and timing, too.
Nithon not committing yet. Well, his teammate do that instead. Now he'll keep the op pinned. Detroit walks into it. Shadow betrays him. Free one for Nithon. And now Selva are in the driver's seat. They've broken the CT economy. And 2-game know it. They call a tactical timeout going into this save round. Selva. Opera's waking up. GBB's having a very good start as well, but if Tamata can get activated, it'll be a very different game. No one above 100 ADR either. That's very interesting.
Yeah. Couple close, Hardzal and Detroit. But on the Selva side, only GBB is anywhere near it.
Appears to be a full save. One flash, probably a pop out middle if I had to guess. 2-game. They've been committing 3 players at mid almost every single round. 2 top con. One of them goes window if it's not smoked. And then 1 cat. It's a lot of commitment for these duels. Hardzal on his deagle. Gonna go towards B to spot in that direction. No one's here, of course. Gamble stack will be close ramp. I like this setup. But unfortunately for them, it is a con play.
If it's been spotted, at least the 1 player towards Ninja. Do Selva still go A, though? That's the question, because they still can. All they've really seen is the guy Ninja. They're waffling about mid an awful lot. Not just this round. It's been a consistent trend.
Normally they waffle when they lose a player though. They're waffling for the sake of waffling.
And if you execute against pistols late in the round, that doesn't normally end well. That's a good pick. And that should spur them into this A site. The Molotov in for hell, that's going to go in. Smokes deep jungle. Yeah, they're going to go towards A now. 30 seconds on the clock. They really burned it close. And they should have this round locked down. There's only one here to kind of prevent a bomb plant in Detroit. Don't overextend, though, if you're one of these rifles. Why are you going to hunt the pistols here? Why are you going to hunt and give up guns as Destiny goes for one? Nithon with another. Zareba is not going to face anything as he's got an AK in his hand, picking up that B lurk. You just really shouldn't be taking that long to figure out what's going on against a half-buy, or even an eco in this scenario. You have to have a little more info.
You go for mid as part of an ends to a mean.
Yeah.
Or means to an end. What? We got it the other way around. A means to an end. And they got mid and they just sat there. They didn't have an idea. They didn't know what they wanted to do.
They were trying to play off a pick, I think.
Yeah, playing for picks is something you can do, but it's not something you should do
pistols.
every single time, and especially not against pistols.
Well, it's guns out for both sides again, but no op for Detroit. Meanwhile, Selva's slowly gotten themselves to within one round of 2 game. Utility going out. Nade goes in. Awful damage to PKL as he actually could have been stuck in that molly for more. The nade didn't slow him down as much as I thought it would. Still, he's down to 62 HP.
Detroit, middle. Trying to do what he did with the op. Not to the same effect, though. Lots of smokes left for 2 game. They have 4 on the belts at about 1:10. Looks like Selva will go at least get somebody in connector. 2 in Palace. It's got to be a heavy A lean here. It's going to be an A play if I had to guess.
PKL might just stop it. There's his start.
Second spotted, a second found. There we go. Now it's just connector. And a lineup for him. He gets 4 with 1 mag. Nithon, the last alive, finds 2 on the op. A third found with the quickscope. He's dinked down, though, and 30 seconds left makes this very difficult. Especially with the player catwalk, or he's at underpass, excuse me. But Nithon has an opportunity to go B and somehow potentially steal away this round.
He's going to slip a plant through here unless Hardzao stops it. Safe plant for Nithon's a good idea. Hardzao knows what's coming. He's going to sprint through apartments. I believe Nithon's heard him too. He's ready. Smoke goes in. That's going to telegraph more and more what's going on. Look how far away Luki's is too. Hardzao's just going to wait. There's no kit for these guys. They're going to have to go. And Nithon has a full belt of util as well. Do they expect the op to play Van? Do they expect
only
him
1
to
round.
swap to something else? Oh, he only has 1. That's... He makes it count. Glock out. Molly in. Way too late. Far too little. And I don't believe there's enough time for Lukey's here.
It's real close, but I think you're right.
Yeah. Nithon pulled that off.
Is it a 1 versus 5 clutch?
It's a 1 versus 5 4K clutch.
Oh. Don't even know what to say to it.
I don't either, because he should have never been in that position.
No, it was a very awkward across the board.
PKL goes and gets 4 of his own. PKL got 4 kills, and it wasn't enough to win the round.
Nope. It was not. And at this point, to ask what is enough, GBB is going to be this. It's close. GBB's ready to line up smokes. The nice, awkward half buy for 2 games, some pistols, and an MP9.
I still can't believe Nithon won that round.
It was so slow
I'm at a loss.
that I forgot it was a 1v5 because it took so long.
Yeah, and then he just goes, gets 3 kills on the op on A, slips the gap B, and now it's a 5-7 from Detroit that gets 2. And insanity reigns as he finds a 3rd. Still alive is Detroit. Nithon again in the clutch. This time a 1 versus 4 lineup. He gets 3.
It's the battle of the oppers. They don't have ops in hands, but they're both oppers. Two game. This time around, they make it count at least. And the half-buy victory means they can easily invest. Detroit has his off back. So does Nithon. Tomate and Slash are both on Galils, though, for Selva. And GBB is lacking utility. No direct challenge in the middle either from the op. Where is that weapon located? It's over in CT spawn. 2 game have given up the mid fights, the mid scrims. They're instead going to hold it from ticket booth, from top connector, and going to go from there. And I respect that call. I like that call.
Yeah, I do too. Let's see here. Nades out. Nades in. A little bit more damage onto GBB. Zareba thinks about going in for more. Gets the first onto the low HP player. Goes for the high HP player, and he finds him too. Hardzow up on Catwalk has Nithon dead to rights. And the op shot from Detroit lands. 2 game will find themselves up by 2 as we head into the break.
An individually studded first half ends with 2Game at a slight advantage, 7-5, as they enter the T side of Selva's map pick. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic. And Selva with what I think is the first kit we've seen in a pistol round over both stages of this tournament. I don't think we saw any yesterday or today thus far.
I know we didn't today. I feel like there was one round yesterday where we saw it. But I could also
be fallen out of favor.
Thinking it was the North American qualifier last week. There's a possibility that that was the case. But you still got to get kills regardless, and right now it's Lukey, Zareba, and Detroit with 3 of the 4 on the board. Make it PKL to chime in with 4 for his team now. As Nython again in a 1 versus X, shut down by his nemesis. And 2Game the second half pistol. No bomb plant, doesn't matter, they got the win. And will Selva force buy is the better Hold on. Tomate has 1 kill.
Yeah. He got 1 kill on a pistol round. No, not the pistol round. He got 1 kill on an anti-eco.
How does he have 1 kill on 1 ping? 13 rounds played into round 14.
Don't ask these questions. Selva forced. Well, everybody except for Nython, he's saving for now. Selva's forced. Jumping Mac 10 drops Destiny in the underpass. And a push in towards apartments from an MP9, or actually a pair of MP9s, only shows information. 2Game. Have 3 middle. Have now 1 rotating around A to look for aggression there, because it's clear that Selva are getting antsy. Small window from Nython.
Flash up. Good diligent clear here from 2Game. They don't want to let anything through the gaps. They want to ensure that they're able to win and cleanly. Take their opponent's pick, go into a very good map for them. Not a good map for Selva of Anubis in map 2. Would mine be the last time they get to play. But they're walking into that stack indeed. GBB, Slashes, Tomate, all on MP9s. Nython, the most dangerous of them all, is the 5-7. One of those MP9s already unseated. Another one spotted and traded out in towards man. It's all up on Nython, and he comes up with damage again. But how many times can you be Nython? Go clutch, man. Win us a round. Come on. Do it again. Do again.
Why is he always the last one in the clutch, too?
Yeah, I mean, he's just the last one to get faced there.
In that case, yeah.
And you can't really blame him as the last guy in that op round either.
It's also true.
I feel like he's just getting really unlucky.
That he is. Selva, have some Kevlar, have some pistols. It's a save for the most part. 2Game, the same game plan. 4 rifles, 2 of them being Galils, and 1 Mac 10. Selva aggressive on catwalk without Deagles, might I add. That's a very scary, difficult fight for them to take. Sudabuck gets 1, Sudabuck gets a 2nd, spots the 3rd, gets good damage, falls back, and lets Hard Zao harvest a bit of extra cash. Ukis spots 1 on B. There's 1 outside rat hole in the middle. That's all that remains for Selva now. GBB gets in, but he shouldn't find anything realistically. Okay.
Well, he did find 1. But only 1. 10-5 for 2Game. They're really starting to run away with this half and with this map in general. Once they got on the defense, they're really kicking it into high gear, winning their fights, and Selva have not really been able to respond. The only real bright spots for Selva have come by virtue of Nython. GBB's had a couple of moments as well. But everybody else, inconsequential. 9 kills between Slashes, Tomate, and Destiny. 9. That's the lowest kill count on 2Game.
Very big difference. I was looking at my notes as well from yesterday, Boggs. Every game that's gone to 3 has been the team that didn't pick the map taking the map, if that makes sense. So they've been trading maps and then going to a third. Except for the Legacy game, which was our first game yesterday. And it looks like that might continue here. Legacy was close as well. Nice shot to open things up. Opting duel 1 by Detroit, who's had a really solid map for himself. Marks out. Good clear from Tomate, but an even better spam from PKL. The Lil for Luquise isn't so successful. All 3 players are around A. Jungle, Window, and CT. And again, a Galil swings and misses. 2 players left and make it 1. Detroit, can you do what Nithon did? Can you pull off a 1v3 instead of a 1v5? First found. Good shot. Surely you've heard the scope. Must have been heard by the player spawn. I'm not sure what happened there. GBB stuck now at triple. Buying time for the rotation. Not even required. GBB gets the kill and recovers the op for Nithon. Still 4 rounds separating these 2.
4 rounds, but another strong buy up for 2 game here. Khalil is the only Mar on that. We'll get a technical pause here. We'll hope it's not a long one. Had a couple of those extend a little bit longer in our last series, particularly later on in Inferno. But we'll hope and pray that this one's quick. Selva. They've got their first on the defensive side. Only took them 4 rounds. That is a quick one. That's nice. But now, what are we going to see from those players like Tomate, Slashes, and Destiny? PKL is also at 180 ADR. Detroit at 97 for an Opera is ludicrous. Okay, we're back on a pause here. So it might be a little bit longer. We'll find out. That utility damage for 2 game is also insane. 3 players above 100. Detroit's at 84. PKL is almost at 200 utility damage. Meanwhile, Nithon and Tomate have 3 and 2 damage, respectively, with nades. The flashes as well. Everybody on 2 game with effective flashes. And then 6-3-3-1-0 for Selva. On the T side start as well, just to add. It's a lot easier to get effective flashes on the T side than it is as the CTs.
The damage was really coming in, pummeling bottom connector, those nades. Because, again, Selva put so much emphasis on getting connector control, it's very easy to bully that kind of tendency with utility. At least we haven't had a disconnect yet.
Yeah, it's just a camera thing.
That's what I figured it was.
Making sure visuals are confirmed. Change to the online formats. Players have to show camera of them, their setups, and their screens. It's just an extra layer of protection.
Gotta make sure. It's probably the best anti-cheat we have.
Realistically speaking, it is. It's the best anti-cheat you could have, realistically speaking.
Just like having an admin stand behind you, except he can't move his head, and he has to look at his monitor instead.
Yeah. So, no more word.exe moments.
Yeah, at least you can't be walling. It's a big one, too.
I still can't believe Forsaken tried that on LAN.
It almost worked.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he actually got unbanned the other day, too. Like, after, it was like a 5-year ban from ESIC, and he finally got unbanned.
Nice.
Yeah.
Hope he's back in the big league soon. Tech pause concluded. Op boosted up in towards apartments, but Detroit is already there on the sofa, no less. Slash will get a trade via Luquise, who continued to push forward. But dropping the op and dropping one of the 2 stars of Selva is a big one to find. Detroit now trying to fight middle. Selva are sticking around in Con and on Cat, but they're not outright facing.
Nuke saves a life. Detroit was on the prowl. And his instincts told him there was somebody about to cross con. Destiny's in connector. Doesn't quite see anybody. And 2Game are starting to burn down the clock, wasting time in middle. They're going to have to make a move some point soon.
It's going to be A. They have a player splitting in from ramp. Bomb is in mid though, and it could be caught the catwalk, or just get shut down right here and now. Destiny and Confines 2. Shoulder peeks to see the third in Detroit. He'll get the kill nonetheless, but Sudaba needs to activate now. Good shot from the Opera. Player catwalk spotted. That is Sudaba getting low and taken down, but Detroit at least gets the trade. 15 seconds left. He's on for an ace, and he's just trying to figure out where Slash is. Slash is at a very slow map, as you highlighted earlier. Can he pull off what would be a critical clutch here? If they lose, it's going to be 11 and likely 12 because of how bad the economy is. Detroit walking CT, walks into the angle, still wins the fight. Detroit is unstoppable, indomitable on this map. He won't get his op back, but it feels like he can do no wrong.
Yeah. I mean, he fights his way into that round. He fights his way out. 121 damage per round as an opper. That's incredible stuff. 23 and 9. That's about what, a 3.1 KD?
It's not a 3.1.
Yeah, I did my math wrong.
It's 27 divided by -3.
Yeah, I was thinking it was 20. It was 7 by 3. I don't know why.
You're good.
Still, 2.5.
So over 2.
Kills per round.
Yeah.
Or kills to death, rather. It's crazy.
Probably an unreal HLTV rating as well.
Yeah, I wonder what that is sitting at.
Because he has a tremendous amount of impact.
Oh, the impact rating's got to be nuts. We'll find out after the game. That'll be something to bring up going into map 2. Which might just be coming up sooner rather than later, as Selva's on FAMAS's, no kits, no utility, MP9 for slashes. Not a good buy at all. Meanwhile, for 2Game, they have everything. In they go. Nade's chunky, but slashes around with the MP9, is stalling for time and taking players with him. Dink plus a kill. PKL, though, doubles it down. Slashes and Nithon removed, and Nithon has cooled off considerably into the second half. He's doing just about nothing here on the defense. Meanwhile, Destiny has really picked up the pace. But Tomate, GBB, and Destiny are forced to save going in to the final potential round of this map as PKL puts Destiny 6 feet under, spots him crossing. The information is there, but how much do 2Game want to hunt, given their lack of overall economy? That extra gift on the exit might just be all they take.
It might be. Yeah, their money's not great. He's toying with the idea if a kill wants to be presented to them. 12-6 map point on their opponent's map. Pick 6 map points as well. And obviously Selva will purchase up what they can, but it's going to be difficult. No pause either going into this one. Straight into the action. No kit. I thought I had $700.
Mental's gone. Destiny also has 750. And they're running it up mid.
Change of pace, I guess.
And there's nobody here for 2Game. They put a little bit of pressure on, but it wasn't an overextension, and they just back away safely. Toy with the utility of Selva, that meager bit of utility they possess into this round. And as it comes down to it, the take will come in towards A. Tomate here to receive with GBB. And neither side's going to get an entry on that. Smoke's going to come down to wall it off, and it's going to be a 5 versus 5 retake on this A side unless somebody dies to a smoke spam here. As the bomb gets chucked forward, there's a boost over top. And that's going to be our first kill of this round. is GBB over the smoke onto Zareba. He's very low, Demonte at 56 HP, but Destiny gets 2 kills out of nowhere, keeping a man advantage here for Selva as the kills from PKL come through.
Very narrow advantage again, no kit. They both fall back ramp. I believe it's planted for ramp as well. PKL sitting at Tetris. They'll be peaked. The Famas exchanges blows, and it actually wins, but Detroit, meanwhile, catches Nython stairs. Detroit swings to try and stop the defuse and is unsuccessful. They should have plenty of time on this defuse. Plenty is a relative term in this case. And so, they stay alive, Selva. 2 players live. They upgrade to AKs. And it looks like 2Game are relatively close to being broken economically as well. This is their last solid investment before they are forced to save. So if Selva can weather this storm, then they can get an 8th and probably a 9th off the back and bring it at least closer than it was.
Detroit's back on his op, though, which means he's back on his business. And Nython does not have a big green. Relegated to the M4A1S. Lots of damage onto Lukey's. The op opening from Detroit onto GBB might just spur 2Game forward. Players around the map begin to activate. Heaven taking peeks. That's Zareba up in Palace. Ardzao stuck down underpass, keeping an eye for somebody to walk into snipers. Wary of the smoke con fading. So he'll back away, wait for more utility to come through.
Look at this. They're gambling
stat.
B.
Yeah. They're full
Even
gambling
then,
B.
When they were 2 on A, quote unquote, they were still both middle. Like, they weren't A. The A site has been abandoned for what feels like at least a minute. Ardzao boosted up outside of window. Site taken for more or less free. Destiny will he find something? No, that's Ardzao to get 2. Slash and Nython down. Destiny smoked off and Jungle will try to phase it. Hopefully catch PKL if he's lucky. And Detroit in the meanwhile drops Tomate. It's just Destiny. He's found 1. He's tagged a second, but he can't get anything more. It's 13-7. 2Game best of their opponents on their map pick in a dominant fashion in 2Game. Make a statement and a case for closing this one out 2-0.
They do. That's a really strong showing from 2Game. They won both pistols. They never really looked back from that point. And Destiny just could not do anything with his team. Yes, there were bright spots from Nython and GBB here, but there needed to be that third man up. And even then, could they still compete with the raw firepower which Detroit provided? PKL showing up too. Both of those guys over 20 kills. It's going to be tough as Anubis is up next. And we'll find out whether or not Selva can force that third. We'll see you all after the break.
broad daylight. Feeding every night like Friday night. I keep the party on rock and the Bombay ice. Gotta see stars like Broadway lights. I told a baby girl, you don't gotta kick it with the daydreamers. You can skip the line, I'm the gatekeeper. Plus I got the crowd going crazy. Dance floor blazing up, going. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. With the VIPs in your city, getting litty as a BIC, huh? Yeah, screaming life's a gift, so we live to the fullest till we DIE. DJ, put it back on, keep it hype, we don't wanna hear no sad songs. Everybody up in here just wanna celebrate. Sip a little drink, get the dance on. That's all, listen, everything good over here. We don't want no problems, we just want cheers. Toast to the good life, wine, liquor, beer. Haters getting blocked if they trying to interfere. Swag on 100 and my drip too fresh. Certified stunner, need a big blue check. I don't got no time for no BS or no negative ideas in my vibe, cause I'm just too blessed. Run it back. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so. When they see me show up, I be feeling glowed up. When they see me show up, I be feeling so.
We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Ridden got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking, man.
As he turns it, nice headshot goal.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Map 2 in this series between 2Game and Selva. It's Pineapple Phillips and Boggs on the mic, and 2Game taking their opponent's map pick, 13-7, with statement standout performances from Detroit and PKL, 1.99 and 1.55 rating respectively, and a 90% cast for PKL and 85 for Hard Zhao. A tremendous depth for 2Game, and if that continues into the second map, we might have a very swift end to Selva's hopes in this qualifier.
Detroit was also 6-1 in opening duels. So everything working out well for 2Game as Lukey's come through to keep Hard Zhao alive. He'll eventually fall, but Lukey's adds another, goes back for more, and triple dips in the kill department as Detroit adds one of his own. Slashes, last alive at a 1 versus 4. Needs to pull off the impossible as the bomb rests on the ground with 3 CTs hovering in its vicinity. He's spotted and removed. And so, 2Game pick up right where they left off, in the win column, dominating this Selva team.
Continuing. Now, the last game, given the disparity in individual performances, scoreline was pretty close. 13-7, especially when you have stand-up performances like that from the bulk of the 2Game squad. 13-7 is a relatively respectable scoreline. But Selva, they can't have a relatively respectable scoreline. It's do or die. And again, we need to see someone stand out. We saw Nithon stand out in the first half of that last map. We see something similar from the rest of the team now. Sureba up first, finds one, tags the second bite low, and in fact pulls out the dualies to do a lot of heavy lifting. It's just one Glock left, and Detroit will spam him away. 4 for Detroit thus far. Sureba got 3 in that round, 1 on the MP9, 2 on the dualies. And the cleanest you can reasonably expect. 1 player falling, just an SMG dropped. Tremendous second round from 2Game. No bomb plants allowed means that Selva's going to be lacking some utility if they want the AKs, which they do. Good setup for a solid start for 2Game.
Great setup for a solid start, and they just have to convert this here. First gun round of the half. If they can knock down Selva on this T-side half of Anubis, where this map notoriously T-sided, and this might be the last Anubis played, at least in this region. Well, there's still more qualifier days to go, but Nate, I feel like this is going to be the last Anubis we cover. Unless it's added back into the map pool at some point in the future. Better T-sided.
It is T-sided. Hasn't looked T-sided thus far. DBB. Some damage on to Detroit, who's playing middle but passively. And there's 2 players on A now doubling back to look camera. DBB's pass. GBB's going to go in the smoke. Nade's going to betray him, but no, PK's not looking for it. Sureba gets the trade. The slash combines. Luke Keys in Detroit, though, swing out the smoke in Temple and secure a 2-man advantage.
I don't know how Detroit's able to get that spray under control.
He's an opera, too.
It doesn't look like it, though. He's rifling perfectly.
He's doing everything perfectly.
I mean, okay, he could have not gone down to 1 HP here. You know, that's kind of, you know, come on, do better. But he's got the Molly kill, too. Oh, my gosh. He literally can do no wrong. Again, he's continuing to run rampant over Silva. It's heavy cavalry over conscripted foot soldiery. There's no comparison right now.
It's a stampede. Pistols. Again, no bomb plant means that Silva are going to, you know, have that loss bonus at least, but not the extra cash for utility. Straight middle. PKL is going to be tested. He had a good first map. And just be careful. Throws a Molotov, tries to buy time, doesn't get that. Sureba now flashed. He gets one, pulls up the pistol, tries to find a second, can't quite do so. The A site is now open. Detroit again through the smoke tries to find something, but all he finds is the one dig of Slash. And it looks like Silva might have finally found a winning recipe. Luqui's alone in a main, the last alive, 1v3 now. And 2 are incredibly low on HP. This is doable. I'm not sure he knows that they're low, though.
But I think the kid's over by camera. So his time is a very scarce commodity here. And he might just save now. Time's gone down. Yeah, he's out. He's out. He's got to bail. There's no saving this round. And Silva's Tech 9 push works out well. I feel like Zareba probably wishes he got at least one more out of that whole situation. And for Silva as a whole, they got a little bit lucky. 2 games did a lot of damage, but didn't get enough in the kill department. Then they had a bit of that little smoke view. Slashes gets the AK upgrade up close and personal. That was a big boost. Love a technical pause here as Lomate has disconnected. So we'll wait for him to get back in. But Silva, they needed a round. They needed it desperately. A lifeline. They found something.
And now we have both ops on the board as well. Nithon has his. He's yet to grace the scoreboard with his presence. Detroit has his. And still waiting on Tomata to reconnect. There he is. Might need a match medic. Yep. There it is. And we should see the same investments pretty much. Nithon getting the op drop. Detroit having his in hand as well. Is Sudepa on only a 5-7? That is the question. It looks like it. Lackluster utility for 2 game. They have the op. And as we saw on map 1, that cannot be overstated.
Well, in they go. The ops going to need to shine for 2 game. And PKL and Hardzao both would like to open their accounts here. Destiny will take some nade damage, jump away, and PKL will continue to do a little bit more damage with that M4. Molly goes in, Destiny is hemorrhaging, but PKL goes down for the count. GBB tagged as well. Zareba looks to try and salvage that M4. And he will be able to do that as smokes obscure the vision.
Where's that op? It's over on B alone.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. It's got the smoke B main, and now it's going to post down towards E-box, which is where a lot of them are looking right now.
They might even walk it back.
Walking all the way up. Keys is going to be tested here. He's had a good start.
Hardzau's here too. This crossfire not going to be difficult to unseat as Tomate goes big for the first. Hardzau only good for 1. And doesn't matter where 2 game pick, they're only going to face 1 defender. But GBB and Destiny again low. So there is an opportunity, a chance, albeit slim, that it could work. But 2 game gamble.
It's a save. It's a save.
Yeah.
Gamble on A. If it doesn't go A, call the save.
Yep. Save sim. Here we go.
Don't say that, man. Need to incentivize dying in the round. Just gonna say it.
So
I don't know
are
how you
saying
do it.
that CTs receive less money for saving as a round loss bonus?
Yeah, he's get less too. Yeah,
Well, they don't get any.
that's what I mean. Yeah, they get 0.
So maybe minus 25% if you stay alive.
I guess so. I don't know. I don't think the econ changes were enough for the CT side. I feel like buffing that per kill bonus or adding some other sort of bonus and then making it so you don't get the bonus would be a good way to do it.
Oh yeah, that would work.
Because I'll be honest, 50 per kill is not a lot.
No, it's a maximum of 250,
250.
across every single player on the team.
That's a win harder thing. You don't want to
Yeah.
win harder. You want to lose lesser.
Yeah.
You don't want the win harder. You want to lose lesser. You don't want to incentivize winning. You want to soften that blow that's been so backbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's
I mean,
good
you
they've
got some
addressed
experience
it.
playing with it yesterday.
Game next to nothing.
Was it not? Was it even noticeable?
No.
So a step in the right direction, just not enough.
You're acknowledging the problem, but you're not solving it. BBB, speaking of solving a problem, he's found one on B. It's a stat. He's gotten 1, he's gotten 2, Slash has gotten 3 and 4, Nithon's gotten the 5th. Succinct and clean. As Selva have quickly tied things up in this second map. As you'd expect, this is a CT, or a T-sided map, excuse me. And 2Game will have an investment now, again lacking utility. Only 1 Molotov. No kit. Full M-Force, at least. But no op for Detroit. Really leaves a difficult slot to fill.
He's still been more than proficient with the rifle, so I don't think it'll be an exact lack of firepower for him. I mean, yes, you want him on the op, of course. He's been so good with it. But it's not going to be a huge detracting factor. The lack of utility, that will be. 3 smokes, a flash, and a
Walk
molly.
mid.
119. Yeah, nobody mid here for the CT side. There's a bit of a spot from PKL, but he's just got a molly in hand. He's going to see the information, drop the molly, retreat the site, and they're going to flame on through the fire, and they're going to get a kill. 1 in, 1 more for PKL, but only 1. 2 for 1 trade on the entry. Yeah, Silver are taking damage, but it's not really mattering all that much. And as the utility blooms in front of the faces of the retakers, another save might just be on the cards. There's no kit. They don't have money.
Third round, we've seen a walk mid. It ends and works.
Yeah. With no utility in either. That is the way back in. Lukey's with 2. And it's all up on Nithon and Destiny now. Over towards main and mid. The op is coming towards camera. 1's on the bomb. Nithon moves. Destiny 1 big one. Nithon, Tech 9 out. Still on the bomb. Still on the bomb!
He's got it.
And Hard's house kept him alive. Protect the president. And it works out well. 2-game up 4-3. And it's a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill. Doesn't matter either way. The CTs keep a lead.
At least an early peak mid. Do something in middle. Please. They've walked and gotten all the way to double doors for free 3 times in a row.
Mm-hmm. And it's Silva who are calling the TAC timeout after that.
I mean, I don't know if you looked at Selva's stats, but they need a really solid first half.
They need a Nithon to start shooting back.
Yeah, Nithon's part of an answer, but their stats are a sub 30% win rate on the CT side.
So what you're saying is they need 8 out of this half.
8, 9. 9 would be nice.
But
9
it's
would
impossible.
Be, impossible, yeah. 2-game would be, I'd say, over the moon with 6. Above average at the very least with 6. So,
Oh, yeah.
see a lot more trials for 2-game who still have invested a lot of their income. They're not economically set yet. Selva still have a good amount of liquidity left in the bank. Selva gonna change things up. It looks like a straight play over towards a main. I like the idea for a control of Canal. Sudoba gets one, but he's immediately traded by that op that you mentioned needed to get activated. 2-game. At a disadvantage now. And Selva are just grouped up outside of A. Do they actually want to commit to this, though? That's the question. Not committing, but they are showing presence. Looks like they might actually be doubling back down towards Hard Zhao. He's more worried about B main than he is about E-Box.
Well, he's here towards E-Box now. Spots out one. Molly out, but is way too late. Too far delayed, but the bomb is dropped and he wins that fight. It falls at his feet and he smokes it off. Nithon, though, charges in. Up to Detroit and PKL now to stall. Molotov out. Selva have 3. 2-game have 2. And Selva are not going to commit. Neither are 2-game. They're going to split the defense here. 1 on each site. And hope it's enough to hold. The utility's non-existent for the CTs, and they're going to be wary of mid. Looks like they've learned their lesson here, Nate.
I don't like that, though.
I don't either.
Selva are going to exploit it.
It's going to be a free plant.
Yes, it is.
And they have a molly. It flashes. No smokes, but the op's going to hold this angle.
Detroit, where's he going to hold during a save? Outside of, call it Shrek. One, gonna go for it with that AK. Drops his gun a little bit too early. Dinks Tomate with the USP, but can't get the follow-up shot required to get the kill. That was deceptively close. We are gonna have a tech pause here. PKL disconnected from the server, it appears.
Now, why do you call it Shrek?
I was told it was called Shrek, like, when the map came out. I don't think it's actually called Shrek. I'm not sure what else to call it, though.
I've never heard it called Shrek, but I'm not opposed to it.
I like it. It's a funny name.
Yeah. Now, I feel like you could call an angle on Anubis, maybe Shrek, because get out of my swamp kind of deal. It's green water.
It's a canal. It's a beautiful canal.
One of the best canals you've ever seen.
Yeah, a lot of the ones I see are normally gross, so yeah. Back 10 for Slash. Near full save for 2-game who have Deagles and US Piece. Eagles get some damage in. Slash down a little bit low. PKL's trying to spam away. Again, bread and butter for Selva. Get mid control. What can 2-game do? The answer is very little. Stack over towards A. I like it. Here come the Deagles. 1 for Hards out. Swing out from Temple. PKL finds the second. And they're all still standing. The MAC-10 finds nothing. Tomate gets 1. But still, they're low. With a 4v2. Bomb is still also in no man's land. No shots connected there. Hards out continuing to press on low HP. He gets 1. Tags the second. Can they finally get the finisher? Can 2-game win this save? Yes, they can. PKL gets the kill through the wall. And that is an important round that could swing things back to the favor of 2-game. Selva's economy, their liquidity is now gone. They're going to buy what they can. And 2-game got a massive injection of cash and weaponry because of that upset.
And it's not like they have any non-liquid assets they can sell. All they have is what's in the bank account. They have a Galil on Destiny. The op's out over top on both sides. Luki's an aggressive Canals hold. Has to be careful with that duel. And now the ops posted on that angle too. They're expecting Luki's around. The secondary smoke will at least clue him into what's going on. But it's going to be an A take. No op here. The op's over on B. The only rotator is the mid player in PKL, who's been very silent here in this second map compared to his strong performance in the first. Joreva picked off by GBB. overexposed around that smoke. PKL trying to come through and help, but he's flashed away. Slashes lurking around middle. Can do something as well. He's just kind of hanging out, waiting to pounce. Once all those CTs focus on the take, on the retake, and he can snipe Detroit from doors. A critical player to remove from the field of play. Tomate behind the box is taking cover. Hardzao reveals his position too. Kits are here, and so is PKL. He's got 2, and maybe just having more. Nython to hold, but he's gone to Hardzao. The Flames take another, and Hardzao with 3, PKL with 2. And the Pain Gaming duo from so long ago strike for 2 game again. And just when it seemed a little bit rocky and a little bit shaky, 2 game with 6 and a chance for more. Selva, no money for a full buy. What are they going to be able to do here to break back into this map, into this series? A timeout called, and that is their option. They need to talk about what's in store.
6-6 is a minimum. Absolute minimum. And that would require them playing out of their mind on CT's side. This is dire straits at this point. Just given the stats. Let's look at these overall performances. 180 yards at the top of the server for Slash. Unfortunately, Destiny, Nython have fallen silent, and they were 2 of the heavier hitters in the last map.
And then, look, you got 3 players on 90 plus on 2
So
game.
the depth of 2 game is what's really putting them across the line. 238 utility damage for PKL as well.
Monstrous util damage. The flashes too, everybody flashing in for 2 game. The same could not be said for Selva. That's been a big differentiating factor on Mirage too. The effective flashbangs used by 2 game, allowing them to get more space, buy more time, and have better duels. That's just how important flashbangs are for all you aspiring players in the server and chat watching us right now. PKL only gets 1. Lukey's taken down by Slashes. PKL a little bit tardy in that kill. And so, Zareba looking for something, doesn't get anything at all, and Selva storming their way in a fast mid take. This mid has been very, very weak for 2 game. And Selva go back to exploit it.
They do. The fact that that Canals player goes down is so unfortunate. That's something that should not happen. Guards out, holding a mid, looking for exits. Gets 1, spots a second. Still toying with the idea of going for this. He's looking for the op. Can't afford that in the next round unless he saves it. So, worthwhile endeavor from him.
Well, at least the op can go back to Detroit, who has not had as stellar of a performance here on Anubis as he did on Mirage. It is a much more difficult map to op on than Mirage, which, I mean, Mirage is pretty much good for anything. Selva here. They need that 6th. Desperately. How can they find it?
They have the advantage at least.
Yeah, the FAMAS's lack of utility, that's something that can tip the scales back to their favor.
I don't think we've seen a B main tank at all.
I don't think we have, no.
This is a change that could work out. Only 2 B defenders now. This mid-play. We'll go for the peek. Nobody's here. He's doing a good job of maintaining control of that part of the map. Good peek as well. Opening for him. It's not been as explosive for his op, but it's still been very impactful. Hardzao now at bat and B main. Trying to come in. Moss spray Belair, but it lands. Veto also drops Hardzao. It's 3 before an answer from PKL, and that answer is only 1 kill. Sudeba alone. 1v2. Last round of the half. No reason to save, and he has a Moss. Through Temple will come. Where are these 2 playing? Nython and Destiny both in E-Box. Zureba, clear out plat. Pizza's clear. Could be 1 pillar, could be 1 B main. Smoke the bomb. Selva begin to worry. They're both spotted. Sureba takes the fight, tries to find it. Instead, it will be Selva to tie things up back at 6. Will it be enough? We'll find out after the break.
We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare.
Well, a tie scoreline into the second half might look good for Selva at first glance, until you realize they started on the T side of Anubis. Boggs and Pineapple Phillips with you for this elimination matchup in the ESL Pro League Season 22 South American qualifier. 2-game. Not quite as overpowered as they were on Mirage, but still looking strong. And storming into this B site on the pistol. Python around the obelisk. One, actually it's GBB to get one on the dualies, but Lukey's has 2 on the Glock, and that's made it a man advantage for 2-game here as they get the bomb down. Tomate not gonna clear, Lukey's out. And so, the CTs drop 1 by 1. Detroit adds 2. And if I'm not mistaken, Nate, that's the exact same pair who got the kills on the first pistol round for 2-game.
I believe so. 7-6, they regain their lead. Selva gonna force, already feeling that pressure. And if 2-game, I should say, win this second round, convert the pistol, it'll be 8-6, probably a 9-6. And they kind of just run away with it on the T side, especially given their pedigree on this map.
Well, it all rests on these next few rounds for Selva. backs against the wall. Elimination looming. A flash in. I like the idea, and it works for one. PKL here, though, holds the line for two. Although he's wounded, he's got help from longtime teammate Hardzao. It's a three-man mop-up in middle as two-game exploit again. It was a good idea from Selva, but they could not get past PKL. GBB, one kill, runs away. Should be able to get out safely, but now he's in a 1 versus 3. The bomb, far removed from any particular site right now, will be recovered as GBB's MP9 will try to close a gap and find somebody looking the wrong direction into a 1 versus 2. Tough clutch situation, and the first test is Hardzao. A very difficult one, which he will not clear. And so it's the anti-force by victory for 2-game. And Selva, nothing but pistols into this next round. Not good at all for their comeback chances.
It's not, but do you remember the first round they won on T side? It was a Tech 9 rush, I believe, in middle. So don't count them out. Maybe they just need to get the ball rolling with a half buy. So do this, do the rifle round, lose that, go down 6-10, and then win the pistol round and win out. I doubt that's how it'll play out, but you can cope every once in a while.
I mean, hey, we got copium buys now. We'll see if we cope. We'll see how it works.
4 on B, 1 at camera. Beginning to double back to look towards Temple. Bomb is again very far removed. It's in T-spawn. I think Lukeys, or no, Hardzao's going back to get that now. Lukeys needs to be careful in middle with so many players here. 1 found. So we got the smoke. 2nd found. 3rd, not quite, but they're still fighting. Destiny, double dig though. That's 2 AKs recoverable. Or is it? They both cross and they're both caught. Greedily so. GBB flanking B main. I think Hardzao's waiting for his teammate to group up with him to bring the bomb over. Yes, he is. GBB can get an upgrade here at mid doors. But a 1v3, even with an AK, seems like too much to ask.
He might even just elect to save this into the next round. Extra firepower. The AK far superior than the M4. I think that's going to be his idea. Not a bad sticker craft there on the red line either.
It's not for I buy power hollows. I don't really care.
There's one. I think it's a paper though.
I can tell. I saw one with a couple on it. I think that is a paper though. You're right.
Terrorists win.
Well, time's beginning to run out for Selva. The hourglass is beginning to slow. They have the op for Nithon. The M4s and the AK. Kits on 2. Utility is solid aside from Nithon. But this is a must-win round for Selva now. You lose this round if you're Selva, it's over. It's all over. And that is not the situation they want to find themselves in. Molly's down, flashes in, op looking, praying for picks. Lukey's. He's holding for a push. And Slash is gonna flash in. Nithon has the flash assist. Slash with the finish. And an opening pick for Selva here. Just what they need, but they need more. Much more of that. Smoke gone. Hardzao will not fall. And he's been a difficult one to destroy. So good in this map. 16-7. Lukey's at 13. Detroit and PKL 10 apiece. Everyone's doing their jobs on 2-game. Molotov forces Hardzao into the open though. And we're now in a 4 versus 2 situation. Selva minimize their casualties. Find a round victory, strings them together. They're back in this ball game. Tomate's got to be careful not to get caught.
Detroit walking into this op seems like a certain death wish, but what else can he really do? All 4 rotating around. Detroit doing the same around carpets. 35 seconds left. Everybody's here. Flash will go in. Peek to heaven. Good damage, but no kill. Swing will come through from the Galil. It'll get damage and info, but nothing. While everybody posted on this angle, Detroit misses the shot. Tries to reposition. Hopes that somebody will swing and overextend. He'll get one. Almost a second. Almost rechambers there, but can't quite get it across the line. So, Selva to stay alive. 7-9. A required round victory. And a required second here on the back of it as well. You can tell 2-game. They know if they win one round, they'll break this economy. They want to press the issue, even if it means a very subpar and scrappy bye.
They're going to keep going. They feel that they have what it takes to unseat Selva and isolate that round victory, deny their chance, their momentum, and that hope before it can really grow and flourish. 2-game. Defaulting out. Looking for aggression from Selva. None of that's come yet. Flash in, forces Tomate away. And overall, a pretty stock standard slow start from the T's. Selva don't really need to push for anything, but the op is going for a peek at main, unsupported, and it falls! An amazing gamble that... Why are you going for an op peek there?
Unknown. There was just one P250 and it wins the duel. Now mid's being open and taken. Selva realized their mistake when smoke goes down towards camera. Keys tries to go forward. They try to swing the smoke as 3, and they find 2 for 1. But that still only ties things up. Now everybody on 2-game has a weapon. There's still a lot of time to work with. Potential reaggress middle. There's still 2 here to defend. Selva know the importance of this part of the map. Hold on. Lil walking in, gets the AK, excuse me, to get the kill. The op misses the shot on the GBB, but GBB has a lot of players coming in his direction. Only one for him. Just Destiny. I think he's heard in towards Temple. The Molotov will keep him at bay. Does he get any kills on the cross? He gets some damage in. He's waiting for Hard Zhao, so hopefully he can isolate a one-on-one duel. Flash comes in, and Hard Zhao swings off it. Tremendous win for 2-game esports, who now sit at 10. And are now going up against a very compromised Selva investment. Selva, they're going to buy what they can. MP9s, a Vermos. Another Vermos. Nython contemplating the M4. Just can't quite afford the op, unfortunately. And this MAC-10 could wreak havoc from PKL. Headshots will be incredibly damaging. Detroit wants to press the advantage by peeking over the smoke B main.
Why does Nython push the op in that last round, gives up the free kill, and starts the snowball? This time Detroit takes out GBB, who's been strong, gets the op pick over the blown up smoke. Destiny taking damage as well. PKL's low, but Hard Zhao gets one. Nython only one as Slashes falls on the side as well. B site compromised, overwhelmed, and overturned. Tomate, the last one standing, running away to try and save for whatever pittance it is worth. An MP9, a Molotov, and a flashbang. The Kevlar vest, not even a kit. And his save, a futile gesture. As 2 rounds separate, 2-game and victory here in 2-0 fashion. 2-game are looking hot and hungry for another match. It's not going to be easy. They're going to play the winner of Audic and Red Canids, but still. The precious VRS points and the opportunity is there.
Yes, it is. Pistols and MP9. Tomate actually bought down.
Yeah.
He could be on MP9s for the rest of this series.
That's an interesting gamble.
When you gonna make?
Selva have been making a lot of gambles, and it hasn't exactly paid off. And that nade is going to do nice damage. Flashes! The flash in for him does nothing. Lukey's there to deny, and he's going to continue to push forward for Nython as well. Mid is Lukey's and 2 games domain on the T side. Selva facing much the same predicament as 2 game were on their defensive end.
Everybody on 2 game above 10 kills. Everybody at double digits. It's just the depth of this team is undoing Selva. We only have 2 above 10. Lukey's gets another spot. More information. Tamata, that MP9. Good lineup too. Gets some damage, but no kill. Hard Zhao finds Destiny. Sudeba finds Tamata. GBB. 5-7 armor. Probably going to try to save his armor at this point. Try to play for series point. Or against series point, I should say. 12-7 seems undeniable. Finally migrating around, and Detroit posted on this B main push for quite a while is rewarded. 12-7 series point, 5 series points for 2G. 2 games. As they look to close it in just 2 games.
They took a map off Legacy. They might take down Selva and survive to day 2 of the closed qualifier for ESL Pro League Season 22. Not a bad time here for 2 game. Selva, their last ditch fight. Nade goes in, Nade goes deep, Destiny chunked low, counter utility about equivalent onto Lukey's. Who's been all over the map on this T side looking for entries. He's been great on this map in general, CT and T half. There really has not been a weak point to 2 games roster. Has been the major differentiating factor between these 2 teams. PKL, who had a stellar map 1, slower map 2, getting to exchange Molotovs out towards E-Box. Time running down to Mate. Flashed in, sees nothing. Nades out. I'm not sure what that, I guess expecting somebody close. He would have seen somebody on that peak, so interesting nade there. Detroit's got the opener, though. And this is where Nithon really has to show up. PKL, another one as GBB tried to go aggressive. Destiny one, but he takes too much damage. Missed shot from Nithon. Second try, hits it onto Lukey's. Hard Zhao, though, opens up the B site. Bomb to be recovered and brought on in. Op shot from Nithon. Detroit has gone down. And into the 2v2, there is a chance, but look at Hard Zhao's advanced position. Ready to take down anybody. It's a matter of time, and he's got the right read. Tomate walks right into his crosshair. Nithon spotted out towards top middle. Nade onto his position. Chunky at that. And Zoreba waiting for reinforcements. Might just get pushed on. Wallbang shot. Not enough for Nithon. And 2 game. Advance in 2 maps to the next round of Stage 2 of Season 22 Pro League Qualifiers.
Yes, they do, and unfortunately for Selva, they are eliminated from contention, no longer able to compete for that single solitary spot at Pro League for South America. It's a bittersweet moment for them, but 2 game brought the superior firepower individually, the depth across the board, and the superior strategy to make rather quick work of this one.
Yeah, 2 13-7s for 2 game. Their depth was incredible. Detroit, so good on the op, so good on the rifle. Can't wait to see more from him moving forward through these qualifiers, through this next season of Counter-Strike 2. But Nate, I believe that is going to mean it's commiserations to Selva. They did well to get to this point. Not a team many expected to make it into the top 8, into Stage 2 of this qualifier. We do bid farewell to them. 2 game play the winner of Audic and Red Canids tomorrow. That does wrap things up for us here today, and for us in this qualifier as well, Nate. It's always been a pleasure covering these games. It always is a pleasure with you in the chat. And on behalf of the production crew at ESL, I'm Boggs, bidding farewell to you from Nate and me. Until next time, good night.
Come play with us.
He wants to win right here, right now. He's crazy. As he turns it, nice headshot. Oh!